Hey cuties!
Wow, it's very
All
nice.
of you so fast. I like it, and welcome in, beautifuls. And that is a hard battle for the third spot, as I can see. And welcome in, all of you cuties. Hope you're having a nice evening. I have to, again, for everybody that has not seen it, I posted it in my own Discord as well. There is the best Cities Skylines clip that has ever existed out there. And it's by Dava, and it's a Cities Skylines crash. And I don't know, I can't. I love that clip so much. So if anybody wants to see that, check it out in my Discord. Because honestly, no better Cities content to be had. Yeah, I hope all of you are having a cute evening, or having a nice, I guess, for the non-Europeans, not evening, but Sunday morning. And Andy, if you see this, you can imagine why I'm so jealous for your rocks, right? Because you do see, I might have placed 1 or 2 rocks here. And I would love to have some more rock foundations. I mean, we built a few by ourselves, and Jay gave us a little stuff as well, but nowhere near to the same amount as you in CS1 have. And hey Noko, nice to see you. Today we're gonna build out, because you guys know I've been building on this botanical garden for the moose competition. And this entire part here is slowly getting to a point where I'm happy with it. Obviously we have to put in some more people and add some small detailing, but generally I've even done pretty small level detail. So I hope we're getting there eventually. I mean, yeah, feel glad to count. In fact, I'm sure we kind of have to count together, because I finished this up off stream a bit. Well, I shouldn't say finish, because I'm not sure. But I wanted some kind of Pueblo town, I guess. And, well, we don't really have much to work with, so I tried my best at making a shitty impression of a small Pueblo town. Which, if any of you has any good ideas or recommendations on how we can make this a bit more appropriate than it is right now, I'm happy about it. But I'm a lot happier with this than I was the last time. And the reason why I say we might have to count rocks together is, as you can see, here I already started recoloring some of the rocks. And this is something where you guys have to suffer through it together with me. Because eventually we will recolor a lot of rocks in this build. But mainly we're going to tackle areas that we have not touched today, because I kind of fully want to build out a botanical garden. And this entire site has gotten so dense. Like, I put a lot of love and sweat into this off stream to get this cute and detailed. Meanwhile, the further back area here of our botanical garden is an absolute mess. So yeah, we're gonna definitely visit in on that. And welcome in, Cosmic. Nice to see you here. And I very much agree with you, Nyoko. Today, a bit of a different kind of music vibe than usually. But I decided I feel a bit like Vice City today. And this is basically the Flash FM playlist for any of you cultured people that played Vice City in the past. Obviously, is in general amazing songs, but for me, this will always and forever remind me of GTA Vice City. And I don't even know what Anazi buildings are, to be honest, Elgando. And one of the things I need your guys' input on, if I'm getting a bit too crazy here, or if this is something that maybe we can manage to pull off together. I've been looking at this thing, and I've seen many people use this as kind of statue decoration in their parks. I don't want to use it as that. I would love to build this into a meteor crater, where this is, well, obviously not very realistic, but then nothing in Los Vagos is very realistic. So I don't really know how we're gonna do it and how we're gonna try it, but we're gonna have a try together at trying to turn this into some weird meteor crater, unless you guys think I'm going a bit overhead and it's a bit too crazy for our botanic garden. Yes, I mean, it's part of why I want it, because you guys know that over here, eventually, when we are motivated enough and we go into the editor, I want to build a proper UFO to beam up our cow, so it's not the only weird thing happening in Los Vagos. And again, I would like to turn this into Meteor Crater. I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna look fine, because I don't love the way this looks, but it's the closest we have, really, so I think we're gonna try. I'm not 100% certain if the placement of it is correct, but I do think so, because if we look at the rest of the botanic garden, really, we have some attraction always not too far away, right? So it's never a long walk to find a next point of interest. And back here we're branching out a bit, because here we're gonna build some kind of a bit run-down train crash area, which ignore how the wagons are looking. I just plopped them down somehow. We definitely have to correct that a bit. And then this, I want to be some kind of watchtower area. I think this is probably going to be fairly easy to detail out. And this, again, I want to be the meteor cutter, and I have no idea how we're going to approach this. I think, sadly, because the terraforming is not very well suited for what I want to do here, we probably going to have to do a lot of the terraforming with rocks and fake it. Because, again, I don't think the vanilla detailing or terraforming will help us too much here. Because I guess I should have looked at meteor craters before I started the stream, but I guess most meteor craters are kinda sharp in their sides, and obviously that's not something I can do with our terraforming tools. I have no way of getting something as sharp as it would have to be in the side. So I guess that's where we're gonna have to do it with a lot of rock placement, really, and get the look ourselves in there. And I know this obviously would have to be gigantic in real life, but then you guys know I'm a big fan of scaling down everything immensely to not get too big and boring. So obviously we're gonna do the same here, and since it's a big building underground, moving it is a bit weird, but I guess something like this. And again, this looks horrible, but this entire botanic garden looked horrible not long ago, so I do think if we put a love in there, maybe we can make it work. Maybe we also decide, holy shit, this is horrible, so we're gonna have to delete it out of there. No, that's one of the things I'm very jealous about for CS1. We don't really have that. We have one thing that's very powerful for adjusting terrain that we're using here, for example, and it's this, for example. You see, if I move this up and down, this is a terrain block, right? This manipulates the terrain. The issue is it's square. I have nothing that's not totally square, so I could only make really harsh square corners, and I could also not angle them, so sadly none of this is gonna help us too much. But again, I think we can just do some rough terraforming and then fix the rest up with rocks, right? Because if you guys could see the terrain here, the terrain is a lot less complete than it looks. Like our hill goes till here somewhere, and all of the rest is just covered up with rocks to hide our weaknesses in the terrain. So I think we can do it the same here. We're gonna work around the limits we have. I should have actually, maybe we're gonna do that on stream, but you guys know I'm not the biggest fan of Google Maps in general, but I should have looked at Meteor craters, because I guess what we want is to actually have a bit of a cut on the outside, so go a bit lower here, maybe something like this, to actually get a bit of a crater side around it. I guess here we're gonna go even slimmer and just slightly... We put the brush strength to very low in a hope of us not being able to quickly do things that we don't like. I mean, worst case, we can reload our old save. But I would hope we can avoid that. But again, I have done no testing on this, no try on any technique or anything. So we're kind of just learning together on how we could manage to get something proper. Obviously, the hill here looks horrible now. We can correct that in a moment. The rest of it, I actually already don't hate. One of the things I do notice is that this lip we have out here in the front, I do think that's really good. And we should definitely bring that around a little higher on this side here. And honestly, alone with this terraforming, I think we can already... What do you mean? You mean taking one of the very harsh ones? I guess so. I mean, we can try. But I doubt I can get this too sharp with this either. Actually, not a bad tip, Elgando. To be honest, I'm not very good at terraforming, and it's not something I've done super much. So I think this is the first time of me not using the default brush, which probably is something I should change a lot more often and try around with the brushes a bit more. But I usually actually respect the topography, like City Planner Place always tells us to do. So I've not had to terraform as much as we're doing here. Is that already too high? Generally, I already don't hate this, to be honest. I think if we go over this with rocks, this is not a horrible foundation. I guess realistically, and maybe this brush can actually help us with this, realistically we want a small... I hate that 10 is the smallest. I wish we could be even smaller. But we would want like a second small circle around here and then go even lower right about it. But then I don't think we can do this with terraforming. I do think what I'm trying to do here is done a lot better just with rocks and actual placement of boulders and such. And we can try to prepare it a bit better than it is right now. But yeah, again, the terraforming, that 10 is the lowest value we can take on the brushes, seems to not be great, at least for what we want to do here. I guess so. I've never looked into any of that. Again, since I never made a map and don't plan on making a map, usually I do fairly simple things with terrain and I just hide all of my imperfections under rocks. So, not the worst. Oh god, are we losing another great cities player to Truck Simulator? I guess Annie is happy, I guess I am sad. And maybe we're gonna have to get rid of the rocks again, because this might be a bit too early, but I just want to see, like, we need to try together here today. I just want to see in a small corner here if we rock this out very chaotically. Obviously, I'm not gonna do this super clean now. If we like the look of this, then we can continue doing this a bit cleaner. But for now, really, I just want to get a rough visual on this and see if we hate it or maybe not hate it. I mean, to be honest, I actually don't hate watching people play Truck Sim. Like, I watched Clovis play before. And since I play cities, I mind less playing games that are not exactly my cup of... or watching games that are not exactly my cup of tea. Because everything is just free cities inspiration for you, pretty much. So for that, it's not bad, but I would never want to have to play Truck Sim myself. At that point, I would rather apply for a trucking job than actually go trucking. I think we can make this work. I can already tell, even though the terraforming is really not too great yet, I think we can make this work. One thing we definitely have to do here with rocks is give this a second layer to give this an actual ridge. Maybe we can try doing that a bit already here. So I guess that's gonna be a bit finicky because I want the crater to actually be kind of sharp and have the crater ridge. Again, without vegetation and any decals and all of this looks very blunt and empty. We're just trying to find a technique together with what we can pull this up convincingly, and I don't hate it. Honestly, I very much don't hate this at all. This looks solid already. And Chaos already, every game Chaos ever plays, the first thing he researches is how he can get chirpies into the game. So I'm very much not surprised about that being Chaos' first question about Truck Simulator. And looking at it, I do think here we actually... I'm happy, Elgando, that the peak brush was a great idea, because I don't love the peak brush, but it's definitely better for this than the default brush. So thanks for that tip, I would have not thought about that. And now here we have to be a bit careful. Now we have to lower it very slightly or raise it up here, because we're starting to show the base of the actual building, which, as you can see, it's a gigantic building that we just moved under Earth. To ignore all of that and just keep the ball. Yeah, I know that I've literally seen how every single new game you try out, and you try a lot of games, at least compared to me, how it instantly makes a chirpy default or a decal, I guess. In other games, I'm not sure if you would call that decal, but kinda. And I just want to smoothen this a bit, because while it does make sense that the crater kinda hits in there, the way that looked, I didn't love it. And I know some people have higher realism standards for this game than I do. For me, realism has never been a metric I cared about too much. If it looks realistic, is something I care about. But I'm totally happy with building an illusion of something realistic that doesn't actually make sense. And I want to try, because I think one of the things we're probably going to use a lot here as well, and I think it's probably not a bad idea to blast the bottom of this a bit with it, is this rubble. And this rubble is a bit complicated, because it's so flat that if you place it in the wrong spot, it's going to show up and weird. But I do think this is exactly the right kind of texture slash structure. And I know we could do work a lot with these small rocks as well, but the truth is, these small rocks are the worst performance killer in the entirety of Cities 2. So sure, use them, no problem to use them if it's to an amount like here. But once you use them to an amount like here and you zoom in, you will lose roughly 10 FPS doing what we just did here. So yeah, we don't like that, and apparently, even though this is a very detailed mesh, it actually seems to make less issues for my performance than placing a lot of boulders, or not boulders, but actual small rocks. So I'm a very big fan of this. In fact, off stream, I went to quite a lot of areas in our nature reservoir. Because, well, since we're gonna use this for the moose competition, we're having even higher standards for our build than we generally have. So I've been revisiting everything like 10 times and looking again what I can add and optimize and expand on. And one of the things I did was, like, in all of our hilly areas, in the right spot, add some texture with these. Not to a too high degree, because I know that this area is kinda harsh for my computer, and I don't want to go too overboard. Like, I don't want my computer to completely dissolve when we enter the area of the botanic garden. But we're trying to do the best detailing without letting our performance suffer. And again, though, I'm curious if you're still here. I know that a while ago, Jay asked you about a texture that is exactly the same gray as the rocks. Is that something you still have by chance? Because that would actually be amazing here if I could draw some cliff surface below this that matches the same gray. Yeah, well, that's why I was so amazed about you placing rocks, honestly, because you see this area, right? I have not built anything in this area lately. And yeah, you see the amount of rocks, so I've been placing a lot of rocks. And here you can see what I mean, right? Like, it's kind of subtle. But every once in a while, here and here, we have some of these rubble piles in. And I do think it makes a lot of difference. Because they add another layer of structure and rockiness into it. Here you can see a bit of the issue though. And this is actually something I want to correct real quick. Since it's a flat asset, if you place it too close somewhere in terrain, then yeah, you will get floating boulders like that one there. So we fixed that up a bit. It's why the placement of those is kinda annoying and finicky, because you actually have to pay attention to what you're doing and you can't just blast them down quickly. But yeah, honestly, looking at this, I think I am happy with this, and I'm gonna literally just rock all of this up. I mean, yeah, but the one thing I was fascinated about as somebody that's never really played CS1 is the terrain conforming property on some of your assets you've been using, because you like put it on terrain, and I don't think we have anything like that in CS2. Like, everything in CS2 just seems to go in the terrain and not be conform with it. But I don't mind. I actually think that's fine, because it gives us the ability to like fully build out areas with props pretty much. But I just didn't expect CS2 to behave so different in that regard, I guess. Though I guess that also is exclusive to specific assets from what I've been getting yesterday. Yeah, I hate this. This is gonna take us a while. Sorry, I'm still a bit sick. But since the heat is so different, we will have to very carefully adjust our keys. I'm doing it with keybinds. You can probably see if you pay attention to this value, how it's permanently jumping up and down. But it is why I sometimes take a moment to place the next rock, because I do want to be careful to not build this out too high, but actually kind of be true to the terrain. What do you mean no rocks? You mean the look of the crater with no rocks? It's not a thing, Elgando. We're in the middle of my rocky canyon. Even if it looks better to fit the vibe. It's just gonna take a while. Like, give me time. I know this does not look amazing yet. I think I can get this amazing. Maybe I can. Maybe I'm gonna say later Elgando was right and I go back here and delete everything. But in my head, this is how I imagined it, so I'm gonna try it at least. The reason I don't like the bare dust is that I don't like how we can terraform this. I mean, now Elgando gets me thinking, how do other people in chat feel about this? Is Elgando right and the sandy side here is better than the rocky side in the left? My main reason for wanting to use the rocks is to hide imperfections in terrain, because our terraforming is so shitty. And with just dust, I can't hide anything. Like, we have to live with the horrible terraforming that we have. But now you got me insecure, Elgando. I'm gonna keep trying with rocks, and again, you're gonna have to keep me updated if you think it's slowly getting better, because again, this is so early. Yeah, you indeed planted the seed box of doubts. I still kinda believe in my vision, but yeah, I'm now less secure about it, so... Yes, you successfully gave me insecurities, Galgato. One of the things I think we definitely need is to go in here with surfaces as well, and maybe actually so I can convince Elgando of this look before fully working it out everywhere. Maybe we should do some surface work in some areas here right away and work this out a bit better. Because I would definitely go over all of these with the Gaga surfaces. Maybe we can even find a better fitting surface, but I already think this does quite a lot. Then obviously we would wanna, I think this is the other one I like a lot. Bring this out a bit further as well and softer. To get a bit more atmosphere in there, and then it needs a lot of plants. Yes, of course, this is gonna get over... This is gonna look exactly like this from what we're putting there, right? A bit more blank, especially in the bottom here, because it has been a crater, but I don't want this to be just as plain rocky as it is now. It's just pretty much the first layer we're putting down. But yeah, we can find one area here in which we actually, because I do think that's a good practice to do, and I generally do that. I build a bit of a area that is further detailed out than the rest to find out if the style I try to do works for what we're planning to do. So after Elgando's critiques, we're gonna go in here and build one area out a bit more appropriate, so we can have a decision if we like it or not. Yeah, enjoy your ad. I'm sorry. And thank you for financing me half a cent or something off of that ad. Are you still as doubtful if you see this error? Well, I guess I need to wait till that is over, but I need updates from Elgando. Now we finish this up a bit. If slowly this can win against Just Desert. We should also go around this very bottom crater here and only give that more darkness. Something like this. Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough. I can very much understand Chaos. The wish for ads is a rough one. I guess I can, if you really want me to, I can turn ads on for subscribers, I guess. So be careful what you wish for. Honestly, I do think this looks a lot cuter in this side, and we could manage to get this blunt. Yeah, no, Elgando gave me trust issues and insecurity, but I'm gonna try to be confident for once and believe in my vision, because this is kinda what my vision for this has been. Again, I'm not very confident in it either, but I think it should be fine. Are you sure, Case? I totally can. Like, obviously, I want to make my cute viewers and subscribers happy. So if you wish for ads, then I don't want to let you down, of course. I'm enough of a disappointment already. I can't also disappoint Chaos fan. And I feel sorry because Elgando has done so much great assets for this build that he's kind of enabling this entire build, and now I just ignore his instructions. But I do believe in my vision. I do think if we detail this out proper everywhere, then this is kinda gonna work. It's a bit weird, and especially it looks weird right now, but it's a bit annoying to do that. But obviously what we'd have to do later on is blend this a bit, right? Where we take the rocks and we go lower and less dense and dense around it, to kind of fade out the crater a bit. And I think it's hard to imagine those things before you've seen them, but then they drastically change the appearance of builds like this. Like, I think here and this side, now it starts making sense, right? Because we give a bit of a smoother transition between the crater and the actual environment. But then how it looks here, obviously, is horrible. I mean, fair enough. I have to admit, I don't get the private channels in Germany. Like, I have a very cheap, like, antenna that only lets me watch the official public programs. So even if I'd want to watch RTL 2, I couldn't. Yeah, see, the issue with having people in chat and being not very educated is there's always people in chat who know a lot more about things than me. I just built an airport and I have no clue about aviation while having two ATC controllers in chat that obviously know everything about aviation and think, oh my god, what is he doing? This is horrible. And now I'm building a meteor crater, not knowing anything about meteors, having a meteor fan in chat, so I will never live up to your guys' standards, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's not an accident that I have only that crappy antenna. My TV is pretty much just there so I can throw stuff on there with my laptop, but not to actually watch TV. So I have another idea, but I don't think what my idea is probably not a good one, which should surprise nobody. But again, we're trying, we're learning, we're finding, or to find a good technique here. And one of the things we also have to decide now, because I did not think about that, is I do want a trail. Oh, actually, this is pretty good. Because I do want a trail here, right? I want this to be an attraction. I don't want people to go in the bottom. That seems too dangerous and wild. But somewhere up here, I would totally love to have some lookout or point of interest here for people to get to. And we have to keep that in mind a bit, because then we need to keep some space for both bringing a trail up here, as well as maybe bringing a single view platform here at the ridge on the outside, so people can actually look at it. Again, it looks really out of place, but I think only in the areas where we didn't blend it yet and we have no surfaces and anything around it, so makes sense, it looks a bit out of place for now. But yeah, I think just so we block the space, we're gonna take this thing that we've been using all through our park and find an appropriate position somewhere here in this side, because this is not as rocked out yet, to give people a chance to have a view in the crater. I just want to do the pathing really quick, because obviously we need to respect the pathing a bit with our topography and with putting down the rocks. So I want to have it out of the way, so I keep it in mind. And here we do need to go out a bit further. I'm gonna take this. It's gonna look silly for a moment, but we're gonna fix this up better in a sec. Bring this back too far, and then we are gonna soften it out, so we're gonna bring it back in further again. And have a critical look at this. I actually quite like it, because here we still have this slightly lower second crater ridge around it. In some angle, the terrain here looks a bit bumpy, but here it looks fine. But yeah, generally it looks a bit bumpy. I think what I need to do here is take a very small brush and go through here and then flatten the outside of that slightly. Again, I'm not good at terraforming. If somebody else is good at terraforming that knows how to do this better than me, I'm happy about tips. I'm not sure I made this any better. I mean, it's not better, it's not worse, it's pretty much exactly how it was before. I guess so. That already is more than I intended on doing. One of the things I don't like about it is I don't want to go down in the crater, right? I want the crater to actually be overgrown and nature. One thing that I could imagine doing, but I'm not sure if I love it, but would be something like this, I guess. Let's have a very wild try. This is probably gonna look horrible, but just so we learn together. Like, yes, I could imagine putting something in there, right? But then I'm not entirely sure, Elgando, because look, if we look at the, I like the idea in general, but I think it is a bit unfitting to the vibe of our botanical garden itself, because this is all very rural already, right? Like, this is the big main building of the botanical garden. And our attractions are all pretty small, right? We have those two small cafes up here, and we have a lot of like smaller points of interest, and then all of the big points of interest are just nature, right? We have something like this. So I actually like the idea of a Meteor museum, but I don't think it belongs in the middle of nowhere in a botanic garden, because this is clearly artificial at that point. This would be sick as a museum in the city, I think. Like, if you actually put this somewhere in the city and build this out as a kind of mark of interest in a building, then yes, I like it. Here, I think it's too rural and far away for that. And I have to admit something, Elgando. I had no time, because Elgando been very cute, because last stream we listened to the Tropico soundtrack, or multiple combined Tropico soundtrack, and everybody seemed to enjoy it, including myself. And Elgando actually sat down and made us a nice Latin playlist, but I had not enough time, sadly, to actually import them into my Spotify and set up the playlist. But I'm sure one of our future streams is gonna be Elgando sponsored music, and we're gonna listen to whatever Latin playlist Elgando made us. Maybe we're all gonna suffer together. Maybe it's gonna be a nice experience. We will find out together, I guess. Just need to have a quick look on how to bring this here, because we definitely want this. I think I'm gonna wait to bring that trail all the way, because I need to figure out exactly where we want to go with this. But now we have the place blocked already, and we can see that here we definitely need to smoothen the trail a bit. Which I think smoothen a trail like this the easiest is just with the slope tool. That looks a lot smoother already. Honestly, this is not supposed to be any of the big attractions. I don't hate it. It's not amazing, but I do think if we properly build this out, it's gonna fit the vibe of our botanic garden and gonna be one more attraction in here. Not any highlight or anything special, but I do think we can make this work. Because mainly what I'm looking for is places in our build that give me enough justification to place this. I love these park info signs. Obviously, need something to actually get explained by those. Need some point of interest. So I've been trying my best to create different points of interest in this build to get a reason to place some of these. And I spent forever yesterday, and I'm curious about your opinion, especially Andy is probably the most important person to ask here. In a US or Canadian national park that is very rural in the middle out of nowhere, which bin is the most fitting for the vibe. I decided the left one because I think it's the more naturey and like uncared. This seems so urban, both of them. This one would make sense because obviously you don't want wild animals or bears or something to go into the trash, and this is by that logic not the best one, but looking at it I do think it does fit the best. So I think we're gonna stay with that one. I was gonna say that's not all the bunches, but my fault, we were in a wrong category. Really, in the national parks? That's curious to hear. I would have not even thought about that. I mean, that's something that we actually put a little bit already, because I do wanna, one of the get-goes in the end, and while you guys are gonna be like, oh no, you shouldn't do this is not cute, I do think it's realistic. Los Vagos is not super clean, right? So even this is a botanical garden, we will have some ass who decided to just drop out of the trash out of his truck bed or something. And we will have some scuffiness as well, right? Like this is a resort. Obviously resort needs trash. Obviously it's Los Vagos, so people are not gonna be super tidy. So I want the conflict of like pretty nature and dirt as well. But I'm unsure on what bins and such is correct. So the top one, right? I was thinking about it because I guess in an area where you would have bears, it makes sense. Because yeah, if you have a bear, obviously you don't want the bear to easily access the trash. So I guess you would need this one. And I agree, but I do think this one looks very urban, even though thematically it's the most correct. That is... Now you guys got me thinking. Maybe we have to redraw, because I didn't place that many. I don't want that much trash, because I think in a nature park like this, you wouldn't have too many of them, but I went through here. And look at it, guys. I connected some of the passes already, and they get usage. This is gonna look horrible. I did not correct the he's on the bridge yet. He's probably just gonna... Yeah... we're gonna fix that. It's fine, it's fine. But in general, I'm happy that we actually look at this.
Wow.
With people actually having a nice walk in our park. Yeah, I mean, that pass over the bridge, as nice as the refreshment was, we definitely gonna have to adjust that. And welcome in, Rookie. Nice to see you here. Where are you from, if I'm allowed to ask, Rookie? And just so I know if I'm wishing you a nice evening or a nice day, or you are from the US or Canada, if I am not mistaken, but I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, I don't just expect your country, I also expect your street, your house address, and your social security number. So please fully dox yourself. Honestly, this is so cool. If we manage to get usage in this everywhere, I'd be so happy. Because I spend quite a bit of time off stream in actually getting reasons for people to come in this area. And we do have quite a lot of life here. Not too much, obviously, because it's a nature park. But you do see, well, here the traffic is blocked right now. But we do have cars going here quite frequently. Like even up here, this is an actual proper parking spot. So people will drive and leave up here. Pretty much all of our parking is a mixed out of actual parking spaces and just unfunctional place cars to get it to look a bit more full than it would be, but yeah, we do actually get proper traffic in here as well. Just at the rest area, that's kind of what I did, Andy, because this is kind of just here because of the entrance, and then we have no bins anywhere. This one is here because it's close to the entrance. And then I have bins in special points of interest, right? Up here, I think a bin belongs because people would be there. Or we have a bin down here because it's a point of interest. But I don't generally just have bins at the side of the park. So yes, I've been kinda careful with those. But I guess according to you guys, I decided for the wrong... Honestly, Andy, I will let you decide this. Full in your power, because you're the Canadian in the chat. Do you really think the right one is better here? If so, I'm gonna replace all of them. Because I guess, yes, thematically you are right, this is not great, because while I don't think there's gonna be any bears in this area, I already placed some animals, like we're gonna have some Bambis, we're gonna have some birds, and obviously, even for that, it makes sense to protect it. And like Sunny said, as well for wind, of course. Okay. You guys convinced me then. I spent like 10 minutes yesterday looking at different trash bins, which, if you would have told me as teenager, it's gonna be fun and enjoyable for me to play a video game where I decide which trash can is the most interesting to use in a specific environment, I would have laughed at you. But then, now I'm over 30 years old, so I guess this is my life now. Hold on, actually makes more sense this way. I mean, it's not gonna be many, like I said, because I did what you said, and I pretty much just put them in point of interest or at the entrances. We don't have many to place, and I only place the trash cans in this bottom part of the park yet. So the entire top of it is fully missing any bins anyways. So it's just those few here. And if you guys dislike today's playlist, you guys obviously have as much decision power as me. We can switch to something else if you were not liking this. I'm a big fan of this, but that shouldn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I guess even now placing them, this does feel a lot more correct to have as trash. Visually, I think the other one is a tad nicer, but this definitely is a lot more appropriate for this area. And here I'm just gonna be lazy and put it to this side and then eat that one out. Yes, and we already placed some seagulls. In fact, I placed a seagull that I absolutely love as a detail. Don't tell me this seagull is not living the absolute best life. Sitting here on the park info sign is obviously gonna take a nice dump on here, so people can't properly read the sign anymore. In general, this is the area where I started placing. We have to correct some of them. I didn't place them super well. This one, for example, looks a tad too low. But I do want to go into this entire area and to place some birds. In fact, I've been looking, that's also something you guys can help me with. We obviously can't use proper animal spawners here. So we can only use the animals that Jay gives us. I guess this actually is not a bad fit, because I traveled a lot with my parents in the US when I was smaller. And one of the things that was very big when hiking is that in many areas you actually would want to have something that makes noise while you're hiking. Like we often just had like some aluminium box with a few rocks in them or something. Because the bear does not want to interact with you unless he's super hungry, but they are scared of you as well, right? The bear usually just attacks people if you surprise it, because it can't hear or see you come. So in many areas, at least where we were hiking, you were advised to not be entirely silent while you're moving around, because yeah, if you're coming this trail and a bear is waiting here around the corner and you're right in front of him, then yes, it will feel intimidated and might attack you, but I guess a bear would actually be kinda cute in here. The question is where. We don't want to haul people right here in the open, but yeah, maybe actually in areas back here. One small bear down there. I would love that, but we don't have raccoons. Like I can only use those few animals. Wait, I want to place another bear, and then we're gonna go over what other choices we have. Because yeah, we don't have that many good choices for us, sadly. No! Holy shit, Michael, welcome in. For everybody, I talk about Michael every once in a while and tell you guys I miss him. Michael has been my very first viewer. And he became that not too long ago, so I guess he's been very busy with work and a little one, I assume, but very nice to see you here. And you will be absolutely fascinated, Michael, because our build is a lot bigger than when you see Niklas. Holy shit, we nearly just crashed, so having no autosave and not having saved anything today yet, we're gonna save today. I mean, doesn't seem like a bad thing to complain about, having a new house, so don't you worry about it. You'll be busy, you never have to come here and watch, but if you have time, obviously we're happy to have you. But yeah, we're building this for a while, and I don't think you've seen any of all of this entire farm area we built out of here. And you have not seen, I believe, any of this mansion area here with all of our nice custom pools and our narco mansion here. I'm actually not sure where has the last point been that you've been seeing. And then the very most exciting thing that I'm actually excited to show you as well is this, Michael. I've been building this off stream because Sally asked me to build an airport before releasing his new decal, so he could like show them in a smaller airport and not only in his gigantic one. So we built this entire cute small new city. Like, we're not just Los Vagos anymore. We're now also up here, and we're also Las Vagasitos. The planes do drift still, but I did download the mod that Nyoko told me that maybe I can fix this with. So not tried yet, to be honest. I don't even know how I would access that mod here, this airplane parameter mod. And if any of you tells me what the value is that we have to adjust to stop the drifting, then we could stop it. But yeah, I'm not unhappy with the drift by now. I think for style reasons this is not bad. And Jana, you mean the Meteor crater? Because not fully yet, but yeah, I do agree with you that we should have a second small... I kinda try to, like we have a small second ridge in here. Our crater is so small that we don't really have enough enough space for it. Yeah, now we've been spending a shitload of time on this entire nature reservoir for a long time actually, because Moose made a competition for building nice parks and plazas and parking lots, and as soon as I heard the word park, I knew it finally the time has come to tackle this area. So I've been pretty much just placing a lot of rocks lately. I think the planes drift, don't ask me, I'm not an expert, but my understanding from what StarQ, the maker of those like modular blocks, has been saying, it's cause the original vanilla airport is, wait, I have that place somewhere, we don't really use it for anything, but if you look at how long this runway is, right, it's a lot longer than the one we're using. We're using the small one. We could also use this. This is a long one. And in this, you don't get that drifting. I believe it's because it's shorter than the game wants us to have the one way, right? So the game needs more space to properly break the planes down. So I would guess if I go into the airplane parameter mod and raise the braking power, then that might fix the issue. But then, to be honest, our build is this weird and crazy and unlogical that I don't mind a bit of a drifting plane. Somebody needs to make a Ken block proud. And I know everybody else probably has seen this already, but I need to show this off to Michael real quick because I'm very proud of this. Doesn't this look cute during the night? We actually put proper lighting. What I still have to do, what Nyoko and other people explained to me, and we're definitely gonna do that in the future, is placing puppy lights. But again, now at the moment I want to fix the botanical garden for the moose competition, and then probably we're gonna revisit the airport a little again. And be careful guys, flashbang incoming. I'm gonna untag the night and it's gonna be bright. Very sorry. At least for once I remember to warn you guys before. So you got, just so I understand, Michael, because I knew the little one was new, but I did not know that you also just moved into a new house, so you had to not only make the house child-proof, but also, I guess, do the entire moving and probably some renovations and such. Well, that's good, Michael. If you're blind, I guess that sucks a bit for your wife, but you can now not help her with the house anymore, nor with the little one. Instead, you need to desperately rest and get well again, and watch some booty streams while doing so, because we all miss you. And I'm not sure if you could hear that, Jana, because it was the ad break in the moment you asked. You see, I kinda tried to put a second kinda crater ridge out here. It's a bit hard to see. I guess we can try to pronounce it with some rocks a bit more. But yeah, generally I try to have like a deep crater here in the middle, then a bit of a ridge, and then like the actual proper outside crater. Which I'm not sure again how realistic any of this is. As long as we can sell the illusion, we're totally satisfied with this. And cause we drawn out everything, I should also draw out the rest of the surfaces here real quick, because that does really make a big difference. But yeah, congrats to the new house, son. And hope eventually it gets better, so we see you in here a bit more again. Because honestly, Michael, you're the only reason I have the confidence to do many of the things I'm doing here. Because, again, I told this story 100 times, but my very first stream, we were building this area back here, and I basically did nothing but placing bollards for 4 hours. And Michael was engaged in chat and found it interesting for some weird reason. The entire stream, and after that stream I was like, okay, if I can place bollards for 4 hours, I cannot really go wrong from here. So now I do great streams like what we're doing soon. And we're gonna start recoloring all of these rocks together, which I hope you guys are excited for, because it's gonna be absolutely exciting peak top gameplay. Honestly, Michael, if you'd be less busy, then I would dedicate that stream to you, because I'm sure you're all in for rock placing or rock recolor stream. For other people, I guess sounds a bit more like a punishment to them, which I'm sorry, I love you guys, I don't mean to punish you, but we have to do it for the proper build. I will. And again, back to the animals where we were before with the raccoons. This is all we have. I think the bear is not bad for this area. The chickens don't really fit. The cow doesn't really fit. We have deers. I actually did place some deers already because I think bears or deers can be fine enough in this area. Yeah, goodbye, Sunny. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, pleasure to have you here and have an absolute wonderful evening. I don't even know where I placed them. I put some deer somewhere in this park. What the heck? Where did I place them? God damn it. I know I placed some deer somewhere. Or so I thought. Well, I guess, or so I thought. Then we can place some deers, because I think the deers are actually fine. Like, we can place a deer couple somewhere here. Yeah, no worries, mate. You've been streaming earlier, of course. So go get your food, and thank you for tuning in. And I guess we have dogs, which, sure, dogs we can play some with people that have a walk with their dog, but then sadly I don't really see a dolphin. I guess eagle is also not bad to actually place in the environment somewhere. Yeah, this actually, the eagle I quite like. We can place a few of the eagles in areas, because yeah, this seems like a nice area for an eagle to live in. But then horses, all of this is not really fit. I guess moose, of course, also works. Would they in the US? What is a roo? Kangaroo? I imagine. No, sadly, no kangaroo. This is all we have together with these four up here. So we have the sheep as well, which I guess could fit in some areas, especially these ones with the horns. I do think they kind of fit. So I wouldn't mind actually, because they like climbing, like even going in here and doing something crazy, like putting some of those in the actual rocks and mountains. But yeah, no kangaroo, no trash pandas. What we have again is a seagull. We use a seagull already as well, and I guess a seagull is fine enough for this area. But I would have liked some more things, like I wanted to make a cave Elgando. The thing is that we're kind of been going overboard, right? I wanted to build one small park for the moose competition. Can you guys see how big this botanical garden is already? This is as big as half of our city by now. So yes, I love the idea of a cave. I actually do really love the idea of a cave. But where do we do it without getting even bigger? Because by now we actually need to stop getting bigger with the build, but staying in the borders. Well, I wish so. But the sheep, again, I'm German, and this build is supposed to be in some mystical, magical place in the US or Mexico or somewhere in the Caribbean. So I'm not sure about it. And thank you so much, the 24th DS. I hope I have not butchered your name too bad. But that's very cute of you, and thank you. We're trying, we spent a lot of time on this, and we're slowly getting towards the end of it. But then now Elgando got me thinking, because I was thinking we should build a small cave. And a cave for the bear actually would be really cool. The only place I could really see for a bear cave is somewhere back here in the hill, because I don't want it to be right around the people. But maybe somewhere here below the crater, we could try to build a small bear cave. Well, see, is one of the reasons why we always miss Michael here. Because the man is an absolute comedian, as you can clearly tell by that absolutely amazing joke. Again, I have no clue what we're doing, as if I ever had a clue what we're doing. We're gonna try to build a bear cave right here real quick. And I think we're gonna try to entirely avoid terraforming and just do everything with rocks. Maybe this looks horrible. Maybe we're gonna go back and delete all of this in a second. I, as always, have no clue what I'm doing. So bear with me, we're building a bear cave. I'm also a comedian, by the way. I'm using a combination out of two map themes. There is the... Wait, I can show it to you in a second. But I can also tell you there is the normal desert theme that I think most people use for their desert. And then there also is a theme called Rocky Sandy. And I prefer both of them in some things. So I actually kinda morph both of them and get exactly the look I want, which looks... It is, well, see, I say that, and I have not updated my settings myself correctly. I have the perfect settings for this marked in my Discord somewhere, and I should reapply them after stream, because this can look better than it does right now. But yeah, I used to use a combination of this desert theme and the rocky sandy, and then mix them a bit and adjust the tiling slightly. If you're curious in the exact settings that I found to be the best after trying around very long, then feel free to check in my Discord, where I have that pinned, I believe, in the general channel, or I'm gonna look it up after stream myself, because I wanna have it. So I can repost it there if you want. And thank you so much for the Prime sub. Tati Brack, I hope Tati Brack, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I hope I didn't do too horrible at it. I'm not sure if I like what we're doing here. I think maybe we actually need to try the rocks of Jay, because Jay built us some flat boulders that for things like this are really handy. I'm not entirely convinced of the cave we're building here right now. I think we actually have to, yeah, see, some of the rocks are really deep and some of them are kind of flat in comparison. Sadly, we will have to start hand-picking the optimal rock because we can't work with the very deep ones here, else we won't get a proper opening. That's very cute of you, and thanks. That was, well, see, I'm still pretty new to the game myself. I've played CS1 for like 30 hours. And I started playing CS2 like 10, 11 months ago. Nearing close to a year now. And I'm a big fan of Sully myself, so that has been an absolute honor that he asked me to build with his unreleased pack so he can get some screenshots, so thank you. Big, very much appreciated from you, and was also very much appreciated from Sully. Which I still think Sully just asked me to build an airport, so his airport looks better than mine in comparison. Which absolutely clever by the gentleman, of course, but people didn't seem to hate mine, so happy enough. This is not that shitty. Do we hate it, guys? What is our... Is this a proper bear cave? Kinda. I guess what we'd have to do, but maybe we break something doing so. I would like to get this a tad deeper here. You can just hide it with rocks around it. But I guess this is better, where you actually have some space going back there. And then obviously we need to rock this out a bit. But yes, great idea, Elgando, I like it. So obviously now we did this, we're gonna go back and find our actual bear that we want to have living in our bear cave. Is he alone or does he have a friend? What do we think about this? Seems like a cave big enough for 2 bears, but Elgando wished for this, so Elgando allowed to decide if it's a single. A chicken friend! I'm not sure how long. Okay, you both are evil. Not only is Elgando evil, but also Michael is evil. But sure, you get your wish. He gets a chicken friend. I'm not sure how long the chicken is gonna make it, but if something happens here, I am innocent. It's your guys' idea, so as always, I'm dodging all accountability and blame my viewers for my own shortcomings, and I'm gonna proceed doing so. Also, for the few new people in here, I don't really recommend you to use that, but I know that some people like YouTube more than Twitch. I did start to upload my Vods to YouTube as well, in case somebody wants to watch there instead. I think Twitch is a lot nicer, because here I can play proper music and not only royalty-free garbage. And I like actually talking to you, and I guess while I'm not streaming, I can't interact with you, so I'm happier to see you here, but if you prefer YouTube, I do upload my VODs on my freshly made YouTube since a week as well. So if you want to find out, I think I linked it in my about page already. I'm a terrible streamer, so I might have forgotten that, but I think I linked it in my about page. Actually, great idea, Elgando. Because I wanted to build a bear cave, but I originally wanted to build a bear cave here. I wanted this to be a big cave. But then I figured I want a Pueblo town instead. So instead of this becoming a bear town, it turned into whatever this is. So yeah, the bear cave kind of got left out, and you're the only reason it's back, and I like it.
Have a great
It looks
time.
very cute.
I am the owner here.
You have, yes, claim, but then the sad part is most of the streets in the national park are claimed already. Yeah? So, 1 second and have an absolute wonderful evening, Andy. Thank you so much for tuning in and have a nice night. Bye bye. A landfill. See, I don't really have a landfill, but I do. This street is unnamed yet. And I guess while it's not a landfill, it's a junkyard, so somewhat the same vibe. And I know some of the buildings are owned already, but the street is not, so you could claim that street if you want. And landfill-wise, industry is one of the few things where I'm really looking forward to building it, and we started building some industry here. But our actual used landfill is somewhere back here and entirely undetailed, so... I mean, the prettiest one I can offer you in regard to junk definitely is the one here in the junkyard. So I would give you this one, and we can just name it after you, but obviously you can also wish for a specific name if you want to. I mean, we can turn this into Jana Lane, but again, you can wish for whatever else you want. Okay, and you want, I can tell if people write like capitalized like that, you also want it capitalized, so you get it capitalized. With a botanic garden, you guys know that corruption is a big thing in my city. And obviously, since we're trying to enter the moose competition, I went all out as a major in corruption, because I have never given anybody a street or a building or anything just for free. But Moose announced the roster of his judges, so obviously, fitting the corrupt vibes in our city, I gave everybody of them a street in our botanic garden. So hopefully, with our cheap corruption we're doing here, we can sway the judges to be more on our side, which obviously more for the memes because it fits the vibe of Los Vagos than any reality. And Elgando 10 out of 10 because Elgando sniped this road right in the start, and Elgando is the amazing mod maker that I'm sure all of you know. But it does these great dirty road net lanes. So he very much deserves the centerpiece road in this entire build. And luckily cute. You bought it before I started with the corruption line and started giving roads to the judges. And actually before I start doing this, because every once in a while, my game is very stable, I crash very little, but every once in a while I crash, and then if people bought streets or buildings or something, I tend to forget about it. So I just wanted to save real quick to definitely have your street saved. And I know this is not that exciting, but since we have our new cave here, we need to also put down some pubes to get this area a bit more in shape. Multiple reasons. Main reason for me is that I feel autosaves make my game less stable. So while sure it's nice to have an autosave, if I crash more often for using autosaves, that does not seem really worth it. And then the second reason is I crash so little. Like, I crashed twice in the last 3 or 4 months. So I am a bit cocky about the stability of my game and get a bit ignorant, I guess, feeling like I don't need autosave. But yeah, mainly it's because I do feel like my game runs more stable without autosave. I feel like I am most inclined to crash while I move my camera and an autosave pops on. That's when I usually crash in the past. And since I don't have autosaves, I also don't really crash anymore. That is an actual very cute idea. Not yet. What I do look forward to since a very, 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 very long time is building out this mine. But then we can't delete the ugly surfaces that come with it. And I know I could work over this, but I'm a lazy bitch. So instead what I did is I asked StarQ if he can maybe make some specialized industry blocks for us without the vehicles and the ugly surfaces. And we will get so in future. So this has been one of the very first things we placed that we never touch, because again, I don't want to work with a specialized industry. I hate them. But once StarQ releases his blocks where we get rid of this ugly surface and all of that, but still can place mines here, we will go hard on this and build out an actual nice mine. Because yes, historically, or like I'm not like most other creators where I have a deep background story or anything. I kind of just build what I feel like. But yeah, this is supposed to be somewhat of a historical mining city that developed around the rail and mining pretty much. So as soon as StarQ releases it, we will spend a lot of time in this area and turn this into something that doesn't look like absolute ass like it does right now. I use animal spawners, and yes and no. Like for example, here we use animal spawners ignore the rocket ship that somebody draw in the garden. I don't know what's up with that. Terrible people vandalizing or something. But we have multiple pig spawners in here, right? Because you can use the animal spawners in combination with hang around areas to like box the animals in, but you can only do that with domesticated animals, only like pigs, cows, horses, I don't know what others. But the bears and all of that, you can't contain them with a hang around area, so not really. I tried the bird spawner in the lake here, but the bird spawner was horrible, so I removed it again. So we can try around with it again, but I tried and I wasn't too happy with it. And welcome in, Wolf. Sorry, I actually kind of overread your message while talking. Nice to see you and hope you're having a nice evening. Yes, I do think, as silly as it is, but autosaves for me at least had more risk than reward, so I decided to turn them off and just save manually every like 20 minutes. In reality, I very regularly forget to save for an entire play session, and if I crash, lose like 2 hours of city building, but I crash so rarely, I can live with it. And a very small, but that's very me-specific thing about autosaves as well is my build is not very big, but as you guys can clearly see, my build is pretty dense and detailed. My save file is close to 300 megabytes by now. So if I put 15 autosaves, that's a few gigabytes worth of written data. And I'm already killing my SSD enough than it is. Don't need to try to kill it even faster. So unless you crash all the time, I actually would recommend you to try turning off autosave and see if that helps your stability, because for me it definitely did. I am too scared yet, because the corrupted sims tool, it seems great, but there has been a very long discussions on the TDW Discord, which is one of the few Discords that I fairly regularly check up on. And it seems like a good mod, but especially at the start, it could also lead to some things getting deleted that you don't want to delete it. And the simulation in this game is pretty fragile. I hope I can keep Los Vagos as long as possible. So I don't really use simulation mods as much as I am highly modded and add every single decal and surface and everything to our build. Simulation mods scare me and I try to stay away from them. Oh, god damn it. Actually, I'm sorry, I was talking to you, Wolf, while the ad was there. Didn't say, but I said I'm a bit scared of that, because potentially if you delete things, you could delete something you don't want to delete and actually break your simulation a little. And I know that some other mod creators have been somewhat critical of that mod, especially at the start. So with those mods, I would always just give it a bit of time before I test them, if you're playing in a save that you really care about. And I do quite care about Los Vagos. I'm sure we lose it eventually, it will break, because really, if you play with mods, then you're kinda asking for it, but we can at least try our best to let it work as long as possible. And I was thinking of putting a trail there, but I guess it's a natural bear cave. We shouldn't put a trail there, because maybe we shouldn't get kids eaten. Though they probably will, because this seems like a nice hut to make some holidays with your family. And then while you're sleeping, maybe if the chicken got eaten already, then he's gonna snack some of the kids. I mean, I know that it works. That's kind of like, I would recommend you, if you're interested in that mod, to read up in the TDW Discord. Is a lot of reading about it, but I don't really have issues, right? I have no problem in my simulation, so I don't really need to use a mod that fixes simulation issues for you. In fact, for me, that mod would be more a risk using than I could ever gain from it, so I don't really see why I would. If I would have an issue with the city where like pathfinding is bugged out, or my simulation really grinds to halt because I have corrupted instances or something, then sure, but luckily I don't. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for him, probably, after looking at this entire layout a bit more, I feel like this might be the park director, because whoever plays this bear cave, obviously I'm innocent, I would not place it irresponsible like this, but has put it as close as possible to our holiday resort, so obviously the place where families and kids go. Seems a bit like a safety hazard, but who am I to judge? I'm sure the bear is nice, he wouldn't do anything. He's even taking good care of his chicken friend. And I'm actually curious for some of the people who play this game a lot. I am looking for something happening and I'm trying to understand the reasoning for it so I can tell Triton, the maker of extra detailing tools, how he can maybe adjust the behavior or something. Cause I hate one thing in this game, and it's, you guys know I'm using my keybinds a lot to raise and lower things for placement, like this. As soon as we turn on snapping, usually it doesn't work anymore. Now it works, for example. I don't know why it works now, and usually it doesn't. If it works like this, it makes placement of plants like this and rocks like this and everything so much easier. But generally, as soon as you turn on snapping, it turns off your keybinds and changes them to the over and underground view instead. And I don't know why the behavior of this tool
Bye, have a great time.
is different and adjusts sometimes. And I'd be super curious to figure out, so maybe Triton can change it. Yeah, mate, no worries. And thanks for tuning in, Elgando, and have an absolute nice evening. And also, big thanks for the great beer cave idea, because honestly, that turned out very cute. This big metal ball I can show you in a second after I place this round of... Actually, I would like to... I can show you in like 5 minutes maybe, because that the keybinds work like this right now, how they usually don't, makes me so happy, because it makes the placement of these plants so much quicker that I actually do want to place all of the vegetation real quick while it works this way. I don't know, again, why it currently works this way. And maybe now I broke it because I accidentally left the tool. No, we're still good. And then I'm gonna show you the building, but the ball is basically the top of a very gigantic buildings. It's a static plopper build we're using. And it's an absolutely monstrous building that in the top has this weird metal wall. And we just put the entire big building under Earth so we can't see it and just keep the top of the metal ball. To be honest, that's also not something where I come up with. I've seen quite a few people having done this before. I have just not seen anybody use it for like kind of Meteor natural thingy like we're doing. Most people I've seen use this have used this as some kind of sculpture for plazas and parks, where I do think is a good idea to use it for that as well. I just was looking at all of the static plopper builds and what we can do in our nature reservoir to add some more points of interest, and I looked at it and I don't know, I just thought about the meteor crater and was like, let's try. No idea if it works out. And I'm still not sure if it works out. It's not horrible, it's also not great, but now we build it for so long, we can have it. And yeah, man, no worries, have a good one as well. Yeah, in a few moments, when we're done with these plans, I'm gonna show you the building, because I'm not lying when I say it's massive. Like, the ball really is just the tip of it. Yeah, I mean, both of you are not wrong. Again, I have nothing to do with this. It's of those pesky aliens in my city that think this is the right thing to do. Yeah, I was hoping you guys don't point it out, because yes, what I just said was very questionable and I should have worded that different. And I was hoping if I just don't react to it, then maybe it goes unnoticed, but of course not. Of course I get shamed instantly, and for a good reason. I'm not gonna be mad about it. I deserve that for what I just said. But yes, the ball is the tip and it's absolutely massive. I hope nobody just tuned in the moment I said that, because could be weird. But then I guess I'm always weird, so people are used to that anyways. The one thing I would like to manage, but I don't know exactly how we could, is getting a lot more grain shading in the ground texture as well here, in the few places where it shows. I would like to get it more gray and burnt. We're gonna try around a bit with decals after this to get a bit of a better idea here. You heard nothing. I didn't even say anything, Wolf. I don't know what you are even asking about. Obviously, I would never say any more things. Everything happening in this channel is serious and banter-free cities talk. You guys know I'm German, and in Germany, humor is illegal, right? Like, if I laugh, I go to jail. Even if I wanted to be funny, I wouldn't be allowed to. Obviously, I also couldn't, because I'm German, and I'm thereby not funny. But if I laugh, I go to jail. Like, humor in Germany really is no laughing matter. You mean the Elgato ones? Yeah, they are. I have never really used that much, to be honest, which is interesting, because I love everything of Elgato, and I love Elgato, and I use all of his stuff, but I don't know, I've never really found good usage for that, but yeah, we could try. What I would have initially thought about using here would be this, for example, to give some grunge in there. Not sure if how bad or good this works, but I don't hate it. Might be a tad too much. But yeah, actually I don't hate it. I just want to pronounce this like second inside crater and ring a bit. And see, now the nice behavior I just was so happy on is gone again. Like, we have snapping. If I use the keybinds, I swap between underground view and normal view, but I don't raise and lower it anymore. And if I want to raise and lower, I actually need to turn off the snapping. And I don't understand, because this is the normal behavior. This is how it usually works, but why was it just different? Okay, and now I'm gonna show you. Sorry, I actually forgot about it. This is a building. It's the early disaster warning system, apparently, and it's pretty much a giant tower where this is, I guess, supposed to just be the antenna in the top. So, yeah, that's where we got our weird meteor from. Yeah, that is a building. I don't think I will ever use it for anything but the tip, which, again, sounds questionable if I say it that way, but just don't tell my girlfriend and I'm fine. And I think we're gonna have to do something here in a second, which is a bit prone to crashing. But you guys can see, because we're placing stuff so densely here, that some of the rocks that come with the map by vanilla are disappearing because of the collisions. And I don't want them to disappear. So we're gonna take the anarchy brush here in a moment and brush this entire area with an anarchy component, and that is a bit sketchy, so I guess I should save and then do this in a moment. I just want to keep framing it a bit because I think it makes a massive difference if you have those rocks like fade out and not just stop around the equator. It even is quite nice because we do get a nice transition here between those two as well, and they look a bit less isolated and lonely by themselves. Yeah, this I have not thought about it prior to stream, but this is a dangerous building to talk about without getting weirdly misunderstood. The one question I'm very unsure about is if we also should maybe recolor the rocks here. I actually think it's nice that this is a bit different. I think we're gonna recolor all of the other rocks, but leave the crater pretty much gray in gray. I want to have a bit more look at decals, because one thing for sure, this is going to be a bit annoying, but this thing is way too clean right now. If anybody is wondering what weird decals this is and what kind of word folder this is basically just the normal Real Vision decals that I'm sure most or all of you are aware with. I just adjusted some of the values in the JSON to my needs a little. Because for example, this in my opinion is the prettiest stain we have in the game.
Wow, it's very
but
nice.
you can't usually use it as stain. So I adjusted it that I can use it as stain over everything, and I love it. And welcome in, Matsker. Actually, while Matsker is here, we need to have another look at the amphitheater as well, because it's not 100% finished yet, nothing is. But we're getting really close to the place of the amphitheater being finished, and obviously Matsker put this pack out on PDX, and I love it. It fits so well here. Yeah, Borat is the best, and I love saying very nice. In fact, I love saying very nice so much that we even have, where is it? Not only do I have the redeem for very nice, but we also have here. Actually, this is subtle enough that I can allow graffiti even in an area like this. We have a nice, very nice graffiti. Because they were big fans of Borat in here. In fact, maybe we need to add another subtle, very nice graffiti over here. We also, but I have literally not looked at them in-game yet, we also added graffiti for Matsker, which I had to put this pack out ages ago and I never managed because I have too little time, and when I have time I like playing the game. But there should be Matsker graffiti in here somewhere. At least if I build the mod correctly. Maybe I didn't build it yet, but I added the files. I guess I actually did forget to build afterwards, because I don't see them. Well, I was gonna say I can show them to you, but turns out I can't show them to you. I actually have to fix that and add them in, because I forgot to add them to the build, I believe. But soon. And what I did here, and I think this is probably what we're gonna keep it, because I was very unsure what I'm gonna do with this kind of weird stage. Do you guys think that kind of looks like a dance performance? I tried my best at kind of getting some classic dance performance on here for people in the stage. I'm not sure how well that works. But I'm looking forward, because this area really, I think, is very close to being finished. I think I want to adjust some things here and add a bit, but mainly what we're going to have to do in this area is placing sims. And it's obviously going to make such a difference, because this area just looks dead and bland right now. But then if we actually go in here and put some people everywhere on here, then it's gonna be a lot nicer than what we have here right now. Yeah, I mean, my city is cursed. Like, if you're here for normal people, then Los Vagos is the wrong town for you. In Los Vagos, there is a lot of things to do in your free time, like visiting an act of people dancing around a tombstone, or if that's not your cup of tea, maybe you prefer some WWE fighting. That seems like something nice to do in your free time. Or if you think some WWE is a bit too tame for you, but you still like fighting, then maybe some good old cockfighting is what you're here for. Los Vagos has your back. Also something you can do, of course. So, I don't know, we're taking care of our people. You can look at weird trippy art, which, I don't know, if LSD is not your thing, but you still wanna feel like you have hallucinations, then I guess this is the right place to go. We have a lot of nice places. I have a cute train station. Hold on. This is our cute train station. Obviously has a needed Taco Bell, because who doesn't like diarrhea? So obviously, diarrhea store right next door. And then this is our train station here, Los Vagos Union Station, as you can see. And we have a bit of a train problem currently, because we have too many trains. We regularly get a bit of a train backlog here, and desperately would have to redo our train network. But I don't know, eventually we'll get to it. But yes, I like trains. I'm looking forward to trains. In fact, I actually like this a lot. This is one of the few things where I took the effort to have this look cute during the night. So if we look at this, see, even during the night, this gets lighted up nicely by the lamps, and this one is lit up by itself. I guess, oh, careful, flashback incoming, guys, close your eyes. Probably still blind, but I try to avoid it. Kinda with this, which I guess is BAM territory, which is not right at the train, but how it belongs, very close to the main station. You need some nice territory, and I guess else, if it's really bummy, we have this nice place to live in, because Chocks, one of my viewers, wanted to live in a tent under the bridge, and obviously that is a respectable wish. I'm not gonna stand in his way, so we built this. Yes, they have, but you wanna know how we deal with homeless people in Los Vagos? I hope I can show you here. Yeah, see? I am obviously a caring and nice major. It's not like I'm heartless and just cover up the homeless with rocks. No, I'm a caring, loving major, and I want to make sure they have a nice place to stay. So I give them a rock. If that is fair enough. I'm not a bad person, okay? I'm taking care of my homeless people. Yeah, again, maybe questionable, but really, I think if you light it from the right side, then it could be fine enough. So yeah, I think I'm okay with it. And yeah, if you do that, you don't see any you don't see much homeless in your city. The question is if we can find maybe this one actually, because it doesn't go on it. I think this is exactly what we need. For the areas that shine out too bright, this is perfect, guys. It's exactly what we need for this area. Because we don't mind if the ground shines through a little in some areas, but we definitely need this to be kinda grayish. 10 out of 10, especially here in the bottom, this looks great. We have to be a bit careful because we can bleed onto things we don't want to bleed on, right? Like here, if you see, if we get too close to our meteor, we're gonna make it ugly, so we're gonna have to place it somewhat carefully. But if we're careful, then I think this looks very cute. And yeah, gladly tell City Planner Place. I guess City Planner Place is gonna find out who I am now because of the moose competition. Because I guess he is one of the judges for it now, so he's gonna judge our botanical garden we're building right now. Actually, I don't hate that idea. It wasn't what I wanted to do. Maybe that is not a bad idea. The issue is I'm a bit scared to try it on... Can you remind me of this at the end of stream? Because lately I sometimes have issues when I reload my save on stream, that it turns into an like never-ending load, and I have to restart my game, and restarting my game is like 15 minutes when I have OBS and a stream running in the background. So I'm scared to do something that I can't revert, but when I'm ending stream anyways, we can fill up the crater with water and decide together if we think it looks cute. And if it looks cute, then yeah, I actually quite like that idea. I believe so. I believe in the last... I think originally the judges were supposed to be Picana and Poplar. And I think now it's Picana, Poplar, Cuboid and City Planner Place. And actually, I'm lying. City Planner Place followed me on Twitch like 2 weeks ago or something, so I guess he does know who I am, but he's never seen a Twitch of mine or a stream of mine, so I guess not really. Which is very fair. Like, I'm super new to streaming and super new to the game. And I don't really advertise my stream too much, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I guess the secret judge probably at that point was Cuboid, and I believe now it's actually Cuboid and City Planner Place. What is this missing? Besides, obviously it is still missing a bit of vegetation. What else does a proper crater like this need? The fading definitely is not too great here. We're gonna fade a bit more as well. I have some Los Vagos billboards somewhere. In fact, I think they're even in one of my PDX packs. So I think if you want Los Vagos advertising in your own city, you could put some. Ignore that building. This is a pack that broke, and I hope it gets fixed. So I don't want to remove it yet. But eventually we probably have to remove that if it doesn't get fixed. Where is our Los Vagos advertising? We have some. Yeah, there is some Los Vagos advertising here. Oh well, right when the ad break comes, actually, that is rough. I'm gonna search the other so I can show you them. What building even? You mean the ball building? I mean, yeah, I can't argue with that. And I never understand. For me, it shows there's an ad break right now, but I guess sometimes it isn't, sometimes it is. Or people have ad blockers, what I don't judge them for. But yeah, since you can see right now and you're still typing, I guess you have turbo or an ad blocker. So yeah, we have this, welcome to Los Vagos here. And then we have more Los Vagos advertising somewhere. I think we have some, actually somewhere here as well. Yeah, see, we have a Los Vagos advertising here. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, I'm not judging. That's totally okay. And then we have the one I showed you, I guess you could see. I thought you couldn't see it because we had the ad break, but you could see it, is this one. And I believe we also have another welcome to Los Vagos sign somewhere in this side, which we actually would need to move a bit further because our town used to start here, but now I guess we actually kind of start here. The farms don't really have to be part of Los Vagos, but all of this should be proper part of the town. I guess so. I don't care so much. Like, I don't mind if I'm a big streamer or not. Like, I don't stream on a schedule. I don't know. I don't mind. I'm happy about every cutie in my chat because I like having people to show stuff to and talk to. But I don't know. I don't need to be massive or anything. I'm sure people that like Twitch will find me sometime eventually. It seems cheesy to just put advertising in a decal pack. I guess I could, but I mean, I'm kinda cheesy enough already with putting out decal packs and then saying I also stream. Maybe if I get really desperate one day, I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna blame it all on you and, as always, dodge all accountability. So, thank you for the idea, I might use it. Okay, I actually think this is fine enough for now. Obviously, we're gonna have to revisit it, but the look of this actually is kinda working. I want to figure the layout here a bit better, because I want to know how we bring this path up there. So we have to decide how we bring the path to the viewing tower. And I think all of this here is too steep, so I think we do really want to go around all the back here and maybe branch out next to this shitty weird ruin complex I put down here for whatever reason. Because we can like branch up here, we're above this ridge already. Can bring it around and go next to the viewing tower and build out the viewing tower and then bring it around to the Meteor, I think. We're gonna try. Again, as always, I don't have too much clue before we're building something on how it's gonna look or what we want. So you guys are here to enjoy the ride with me. And I actually did just miss that break, right? Because I have not taken a single break since I started streaming yet. And I should take a short toilet break and grab something to drink soonish. which usually I like to match that in the ad break, so I waste less time, but I forgot about it. Which I do every single stream, so I guess that's kinda expected by now. Hold on, I want the terrain lines. I'm gonna keep... Yeah, actually we like it. This is the flattest we can go. We bring it out here. Yeah, this is all of the Elgato passes that I've been talking about. They are amazing. And in fact, since I like Elgato, and I guess he kinda likes me as well, I also have a lot of passes that either will not get released or will get released in future. But I love this. This part, like this entire pack is so amazing. Highly recommend if you don't have it. Dirty Roads by Elgato. You can find it on the PDX store. And I absolutely adore this pack. Like even if you're not in a desert city like me, right? And you just wanna detail out a proper cute, I don't know, residential backyard like this. I hate how everything looks vanilla, right? All of this looks so boring and dead out of the get-go. So I pretty much detail every single backyard by hand. And one of the things that I appreciate the most visually in making backyards prettier is actual passing, right? Because that's how a natural garden would look, and it makes such a difference if you actually put down some proper passes in your backyard. So they are not made for the desert, right? This is a pack made for a grass city. I just think it works really well for us here, but works even better if you're in a normal grass map. Yeah, I mean, everything by Legendo looks absolutely amazing, so no surprise, but I mainly love this park so much, or this pack so much, because it's so vital to our build, right? Like, with surfaces, sure, we could just use a surface that looks a bit worse or something, but we can't really live without these roads. I want to smoothen this a little here, because that looks a bit too straight. This should be a bit better. I think now we should be able to connect those passes nicely. Make sure we actually stay on the slope we just built. Hold on, should we not be able to get a guideline here? Ugh, I don't like it. Hold on, we're gonna go here and hit this and out and connect it nicer. Also more complicated than before, but I do think it's nice to have a bit, especially in a hiking area, have the passes not be overly straight. And these, I did already recolor them, but looking at it, I do think this red is a bit too extreme. This again is just ploppables, so they don't have function in a normal game. You can give them function by yourself with the modular blocks, but obviously the modular blocks need road access, so what we're building here is gonna be absolutely and 100% unfunctional. I need to check if the terrain, I don't want it to be too flat, but yeah, here we have an issue, because we can see, oh, actually it is higher. Yeah, but it's still here. It is flying as well. Yeah, this is a train accident that's going to happen, which I don't know. See, when we built the airport, actually, I need to explain why we have this, because everybody was critical about it in my airport. Yeah. But when we built the airport, we put this absolutely beautiful thing here. Because, I mean, you guys seen how the planes were drifting, right? I don't think there's any proper pilot with proper training in this city, so just seemed logical to have something like this. And I also don't really trust my train driver, so yeah, of course, we also have a crash plane. Oh, now here comes the drift, guys. Honestly, better than Tokyo Drift. I never seen Tokyo Drift, but I imagine this was a better movie than Tokyo Drift. Yes, and here, this area actually is a bit of the biggest question mark of everything we have now, because this is pretty self-explanatory how we're gonna build it out. And the Meteor Tower before was a big question mark for me, but I guess we kinda have the Meteor crater settled by now. This, I don't really know what I want to do here. I want, because I'm not sure if you guys know, because you seem to be new viewers of this channel, but I like making decals for this game, and I especially like making graffiti for this game. And for the sake of being corrupt with our judges, there is a pack that I made very long in the past, where I think I have a graffiti for every single of the judges in there. Obviously we have Moose graffiti, we should have Poplar graffiti, we should have City Planner Place graffiti, we should have Picana graffiti, and we should have Cuboid graffiti. So I want this to be a run-down, weird, teeny area where teenies go and, I don't know, smoke the illegal cigarette that they're not allowed to, or maybe have a beer that they're not allowed to, and maybe people who do some graffiti, not really part of the botanical garden anymore. Kinda, but not like a proper attraction in the park, more like a wild kind of territory for troublemakers and teenagers to hang around in. Yeah, judge name graffiti, literally, because obviously, if there is a competition, I'm not too proud to get on my knees. I'm gonna go all out. Well, I mean, sure it is allowed, because all of these packs are on PDX, right? Like, I did not make them. This pack is like over half a year old. So, all of these graffitis are accessible to anybody in the community. If somebody else wants to do corruption and put these graffitis on there, that's good for them. They can do it. And yeah, sure, we're allowed to use mods, so... I am very corrupt, is that not? After you having seen Los Vagos all this time, are you not painfully aware of how much of a corrupt city this is? In fact, what are you gonna do about it, Wolf? If you criticize me too much, I'm gonna take away your mansion. Obviously, I'd never take away your mansion, but maybe people in your mansion would start having accidents. Yes, that is nothing in this build is vanilla. Nothing, pretty much. These are railway covers that also you can get on PDX. They are net lanes here. And they are from this gigantic pack from Crypto Gamer. And in this gigantic pack from Crypto Gamer, there is multiple... Where are they? Am I blind? I am probably just being blind. Here. There is many different railway covers, which you have to redraw them yourself, right? So it's a bit annoying and finicky, but they also look like 40 times better than the normal railed, so I would try that. Well, see, not any less corrupt than me then. But yeah, I expect that to be the case with many. Like, I looked in the channel of the build submissions, and some people been posting some early progress pics in there, and I've seen multiple moose roads and things like that. So yeah, I'm not gonna be the only one, and you're not gonna be the only one. I think people all gonna show their corrupt side now. I don't want the terrain here to be perfect. I just want the terrain to be in a way that is not gonna mess with decals. But the first thing we're gonna do here is just decaling out this entire area a bit. Well, I mean, you don't have to. I don't see the downside in it. Well, in fact, my entire submission has been made on stream, so everybody who watches me knows what I'm doing, and I don't really care. I don't mind if I win the competition or not, to be honest. I just like taking part in something like that, and for me it's really been nice and motivating to build this park, because I would have never went as hard and extreme on this area without having the competition. So even if I get last place, I'm already happy over partaking, because really made my build a lot better than it would have been otherwise. I mean, same. Look at my railway here. I guess wait, this is not even the best area in my railway to look at is here. No difference. Like, I think I'm literally just as crazy as Smooth in that regard. Because yeah, I place incredibly many stuff by hand and take a long time to build anything I'm building. So yeah, very much similar to Moose, I think, in that regard. In fact, here I see that there is multiple things I'm not happy with. These rocks are all... Why are these all too far out? Guess we changed something in the bridge and the terrain adjusted slightly, but this is not up to our quality standards. Yeah, what is this? You get in there. Okay, see, this is why it's good to revisit the area, because sometimes stuff is not optimal or breaks, and now it is. Well, I also, I don't like line tool generally, but for railway, I think line tool is fine. I also use line tool to put all of these rocks. The issue why I'm careful with those, I don't like those rocks so much anymore, because they are pretty much the biggest performance hog you can have in the game, right? Like, I think it's very easy and clearly to tell how many decals and surfaces and objects and anything there is in our build here. I don't have any performance issues with anything. The one thing I have performance issue with is areas like this, where I place too many of those small rocks, right? Here I have 30 FPS, because it's still using the non-detailed long distance version. As soon as we zoom in here, I am below 20 FPS. This is too many rocks in a too small area for at least my computer to handle. So I think that's fine in an area like this, where I do it very, very mindful here, and I'm aware that this is causing a bit of performance issues for my build. But I cannot do this in all of my rail. If I go this dense, my city will not run properly anymore. It's part of what I said earlier with this entire botanical garden is a mix out of detailing as good as we can and trying to not break our performance entirely. Because especially rocks and boulders and things that have many verticals are getting your game to run worse. And honestly, nothing in the game is worse than these small rocks. And the oak tree, I guess. The oak tree is also horrible for performance. But I think even the oak tree is less bad than placing too many small rocks. Sadly, because I love those small rocks, I would like to place a lot more of them, but I would also need a lot better computer if I'd want to do so. Is this the one? I think this is that one. Yeah, I mean, most of the boulders should be in an area where they're unproblematic, but yeah, I'm not gonna say there probably is not a some that are a bit too high up. Again, railway is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to fully diving into, but so far I've been not fully diving into railway yet. I do care about railway quite early on, because it's just something that if you don't have it in mind, then you can't really retrofit it into your cities anymore. But I'm not a railhead like Moose or Dava or anybody, so I will go hard on rail eventually, but for now I just want the rails down so I keep the space in mind while building. Because something like railway also is one of the few things where I really realize that I am not Northern American. Because I am a bit... I don't have the best idea of how US rail infrastructure behaves, so it's a bit of guesswork we're doing when building rail. Kind of how a European person would think about US rail less than actual accurate US rail. And why is Wolf so scared of spoiling his submission? I still don't understand. I guess he's probably lurking by now, but I just reread that and still wondering. Yeah, I mean, it's just what can I do? As Germans, we just can't get rid of our weird accent. Maybe, I guess. Honestly, this is starting to come together. Even this area, I'm not loving it yet, but I do think this mainly from distances like this, a lot of the ground vegetation doesn't get rendered anymore. So we will need a bit more alive and bigger plants here as well to bring some green in there and then do some surface work. But otherwise, honestly, I think these three things together actually work kinda cute. The Pueblo town, the crater, and then the bear cave next to it. I already tried to recolor the ball, and it's good that you're asking, because yeah, I don't think the ball is recolored very well. I put decals on it everywhere, so it's difficult to touch it. Can we hit the... Yeah, I was hoping we can touch the building below everything here. Yes, we can recolor the ball. We can't recolor this metallic corners, I believe, though maybe also... Is that this? No. Okay, so we have to live with these silvery corners in there. We can recolor the ball, and I guess you have a point that it should be less green and more brown or more gray. Or what color were you thinking about? Think actually something that matches the rocks pretty much would be optimal. Does this do anything? No. But yeah, even this is already better, to be honest. Good call. Maybe tad darker even. Yeah, but we can totally recolor the ball. And I do think this looks a lot better, because I did like the green color on it before we put down the rocks, but together with the rocks I actually think this fits a lot better. And now I'm looking at this, I'm actually wondering something. I don't think we should do what I'm gonna try here now, but just for science. Oh, it's gonna be a lot of clicks. Come on, Rock, get your ass up. We're probably gonna delete all of this in a second. I just wanna see. If I hate this or no. You are so finicky. Maybe I don't hate it. I don't want to fully rock it out, but I want it to be a bit... feel a bit more natural, a bit less artificial than it does right now. And I don't think this is a right way to do it, but I wanted to try. If we like just give this some slight structure, rocky structure, if this kind of works out or if this looks worse than before. And I think the honest answer is this does look worse than before. So I don't think that's what we want to do. In fact, I think we just want to delete the rocks we just placed there and forget about this idea. Yeah, we're gonna keep trying. Like, this entire area again is gonna be a lot of trying and moving back and forth and looking at it and trying different things. This was just one of the things I wanted to try, and another thing I wanted to try actually is if we give this red reach some of these spikes, if that would look nice. This would be really tedious because we do have to move all of these pretty much by hand. But what I'm thinking is kinda something like this. Obviously it does not have to be everywhere, but to give this, the ridge itself, some more actual roughness in some places. And let some of these like actually poke out in the ridge a little. Which I actually kinda like the look of this. I already don't like how much work this is. But it's fine. If we actually think this looks good, I don't mind putting in the work. Too high and too extreme, but I think if they are a tad lower, then I do like this. Yeah, I can totally. I just didn't like if we actually build this everywhere, then yes, we should copy the coordinates. But for now, I was just trying around. I'm unsure if I like it, but I do think I kinda like it. Makes the creator a bit more interesting. What's your verdict on this? I mean, we will. I have not forgotten about that. In fact, I will take a break real soon and drink something and go to the toilet. And then we'll build out this area a bit and maybe start with this. But I can't stream very long today. So latest in like an hour, we will end the stream and find somebody to raid. So if you remind me before I end my stream to fill this up with water, we will do that. Again, I'm literally just scared of filling it up and then not being able to reload my save if I don't like it, and then having to restart my game for 20 minutes on stream. But I will definitely try them. Because yeah, especially by now, I think that would look pretty nice. Yeah, some of the redeems, like the one you just redeemed, are really just silly sounds that don't do anything. Some of my redeems are actual worth something, like claiming buildings or something like that. Everything in my channel is fairly cheap, so I think you can just play around well enough with everything. And I do think we're gonna do this. I do think I like this. Yes, it is a lot of work, but we're not lazy here, and we have like over a month left to finish. Not over a month, like over 2 weeks left to finish this. So I think we should be fine, even if this is a lot of work to do this. If we like how it looks, it really just comes down to if we like how it looks, we can do it. If not, obviously, it's a lot of work to just try. I hate this bug. Sometimes when you move something like this, then it keeps this outline. Forever, I did not know how to fix this till Agendo told me you just need to hover over one of these fields again, and then it's gone. But it's a bit infuriating. Honestly, I like the look of it. This is something you guys don't have to suffer through watching me, because I can perfectly fine do this when I'm watching a movie or something in the second screen. So we're just gonna place a few ones so I have it as a reminder for the future, and I'm gonna keep doing this off stream. Because yeah, I do think it adds something nice to the area, having that here. And also very much appreciated both 24th DS as well as Jana. Both of you seem very active and involved, which is a big honor for me in the first time both of you are tuning in longer. So thank you guys. Honestly, after seeing these, I kinda dislike what we learned here, because this does look great. This is sadly something that I should do in more areas of the garden here, like even in some of these areas, obviously not have them up that far, but if we lower them, this does look very nice, especially if we're motivated enough to then go in and also adjust the angle from some of them does add some more life and variation. Especially this looks great, these very flat ones. Yeah, why did we have to try this out? Now I feel like I should do this everywhere. Honestly, this looks really nice. That is a very, very big comment, and that just means you have not seen enough other good players in the game, because there was many people who were way better than me at cities. But thank you, very appreciated anyways. And I do think I am gonna run to the toilet and grab something to drink real quick and be back in like 5 minutes or something. And then we're gonna go hard in, actually I'm gonna stop going back here because I need to just try boring things here. I don't wanna bore you guys with. But we'll dive in and properly work out this area here a bit. And then maybe start a little with this as well, but depending on how slow or fast we are with this, I'm just gonna find somebody to raid you guys to. But yeah, for now I'm gonna head to the toilet real quick, and the only thing I'm gonna do before, that we pretty much always do, is find either a park ranger or a police patrol. Park ranger, perfect. And we were going here and putting the simulation to half, else it looks very weird. And you guys have an absolute wonderful road trip. I'll be back in a moment. We're back, guys. Alright, I'm back already. And obviously, Wolf is up to nonsense. I'm very much not a top builder. My builds turn out cute eventually, but I am so bad at the game. There is a lot of pain to be went through on the way, and I just seen something horrible we're gonna have to fix right away. Why is this car floating? Huh? Explain yourself, sir. What are you doing? Yeah, I mean, see, the wrong side of the road, I don't mind it much, because everything in Los Vagos is weird anyway, so I guess it just fits the vibe. But that wholeheartedly is me being bad at the game. Because before I started this, I took part in a competition of Sully. And it was a UK build. And I did not know that after playing a UK build, you should tick off left-hand drive. And I realized after being like a month into the build and trying to draw out bus routes and being like, why do none of my bus routes work like they should? Why can't I connect this? And then it made click, and I figured, yeah, people indeed are driving on the wrong side of the road. But it's not Vagos, we don't really mind, people are just crazy. And welcome in, Nomis, nice to see you. And I don't know what exactly we want to do here, but I think this is gonna be pretty subtle. Like I mainly wanna frame this a bit with nature. And then we're gonna do some detailing work, but I mainly want this to be the view tower and some small maintenance plays, but not really anything proper. One thing that I guess Nomi is gonna tell me he has all of that, and I'm gonna be very jealous of, is vehicles, because I wish we had some more variation in vehicles, especially for these parks. Like some of these, I don't even know how to call them, because they're not common in Germany, but like roofed quads, I guess, like those bigger quads you see in natural parks quite often, that the rangers love to drive in. Something like that would be such a vibe here, but I guess not something I can have. I'm sure Nomis can have, but I can't. Because honestly, whenever I ask a CS1 player if what I'm missing is something that they can do in CS1, the answer is pretty much always yes. The question is, do we put some kinda, I do think so, I'm gonna leave some space here. So I do think we wanna go in here and put some kinda small rest area outlook there as well. Not with a proper platform, just some seating.
Get the rocks.
Yeah, a
I'll do it.
lot of rocks. And
Get the
I
rocks.
mean, soon we're gonna be done with placing rocks. And you guys are gonna be like, oh my god, finally we're done with having to look at him doing rocks. But we're gonna do what we done here, and I don't think it's more exciting than placing rocks. It's recoloring rocks, which I'm hoping you guys are all excited for already. Because I am definitely not excited for it, but has to be done to get the build right. And welcome in, Boyle. How's it going today? I've seen you been one of those people, like many in Twitch right now, I guess, absolutely obsessed with a new Battlefield. Because it feels like you're not a city streamer anymore, but every time I see you stream, you're blasting the new Battlefield. cute redeem. I never mind drinking something, so I will in a second. Thank you, cutie. Why taken away? Because right now it's something like a free... I've not really catched up with it, but I guess it's like a free beta test or something. And then afterwards is gonna be a normal paid title. Because I do like shooters, but I never liked any shooter that's not.
I am moving in, boy.
Uh-huh. What is it you want, cutie? I know of two things that you maybe want, but I do need instructions in chat. Police station it is. I am not sure if nobody sniped it yet, but if you say police station, you mean this one, right? Because I think when I built this a long time ago, you said you wanna have this. Which I'm scared. I'm not sure you should own the police station. I'm scared of you laying down the law on me. But okay, your wish is my command. Oh god, there is somebody flying through the air in your police station. As soon as you bought the police station, it became cursed. So, as always, I have nothing to do with this. It's all up on my viewers. Is actually a superwoman, and the police station also got bought by Superwoman, which is my cute girlfriend. So, indeed scary. Nothing is ever my fault. If you learned anything dating me, I'm never at fault for anything. But I'm glad you have your police station. Wait, no, thank you. See, nobody ever gets what Caraculo is, but then you know El Gendo, the guy who makes so many cool mods for this game. He's Argentinian, and he always laughs whenever he sees one of the Caraculo graffitis in-game. Which, for all non-Spanish speaking people, Caraculo literally means ass face, so fair enough to be laughing over it. And is anybody else? I think Moose is streaming today as well, right? I expect that's also why my chat slowed down a lot. Because probably people are watching Moose instead. But I quite like it, because I will have to start or stop streaming soon, because I have to finish a few things for tomorrow, and we'll have to get up early. So if Moose is still streaming, I'm gonna send you guys over there soonish. But I definitely do want to build out this area and maybe even start a little with this. But yeah, I guess that's probably gonna get too late. Yeah, okay, Dava streaming is perfect. Honestly, for everybody not watching Dava, I recommend everybody to start watching Dava. Absolutely amazing streamer. And Dava usually streams a bit longer. So, not bad. You are very welcome distracting me. Like, don't ever feel bad about it. I actually been getting more done today than sometimes. Like, I'm very known for just sidetracking while building and talking about random things and not getting anything done. So that's just on brand, really, not you. So now, actually thinking about it, I take it back. Being on brand, actually, obviously it was not my fault, but only your fault. I usually never get sidetracked, so it clearly has nothing to do with me, but only my viewers tormenting me. I don't hate it, really. I actually think this needs very little, because we probably just need to prop this up with a bit, and then, yeah, nature, like the boring part we're doing right now, and we're gonna keep doing. Putting down a lot of rocks and pubes, and then that should really do 90% of this already. And one day maybe we get actual proper grass and not having to place them down like this by hand everywhere and can brush them or something. But till that happens, you guys gonna have to suffer with me for getting some ground vegetation down. I mean, yes, not here, but we have quite a lot of parking in our natural park. Maybe we would have to need a little more. The honest truth is, I think it's important to have ground parking in the game, because visually it makes sense. But I would never want to have ground parking to a realistic standard of an American city, because then literally I don't city build, I just build parking lots, because the US is a weird place, I guess. So we have this as our main parking, I guess, where I expect most people to arrive and park. And then we have this small parking up here next to our vineyard. And then we have a very small, oh, actually we have more parking even. We have this parking here, right across of our main botanical garden building. And we have this very small parking lot up here. So yes, we have parking. I guess in an actual US botanic garden, half of the area of the park would be parking, but I don't think it's that interesting. I really like building parking lots. I think they are interesting and everybody should build them because they look nice and add quite a lot. I just don't think you should add them at a realistic scale. But then I also think you should add nothing at a realistic scale, because real life is a lot more boring than a game, and part of what makes our cities cool is that they are more interesting and more condensed and not just miles of same-ish looking modern housing development or suburban sprawl. Honestly, if it's about scale, I can only always tell people that the best inspiration is not Google Maps, but it is GTA or something alike. Because I think you really need to shrink things, otherwise they get boring. And I think nobody does it better to feel realistic and hit the right vibe than Rockstar does. And thank you so much for the follow. I missed the name quick enough. I'm gonna have it in a second. The Lark Knight, interesting name. I like you, but yeah, very much appreciate. Thanks for the follow, mate. And I guess I should also, you're happily invited to call me out if I don't. The last save is roughly an hour ago. So if we would have crashed now, I would have been beyond tilted. So if I don't save for 20 minutes or something, gladly call me out for it and tell me I should save. Because again, I don't like autosaves. I think they make my game less stable. So I like living dangerously and saving manually, which can backfire, usually it doesn't, but can backfire, so I shouldn't be too ignorant about saving. I mean, I think building parking lots can be fine, really. Like, I enjoy building them. For me, it's really more about the scale. I think nothing gets more interesting because it's bigger, right? Or I guess some things do, but generally, in my opinion, cities is not one of those. Like, if you have a boring suburban block, I think it's important to have a boring suburban block for the atmosphere to sell it. But I think it doesn't matter if it's 1,000 suburban houses or 10. The vibe will still be the same, and I think 1,000 buildings just make it a lot more interesting. Well, let's say this one was half intended, kinda intended. Usually I'm not that bright, but for once I managed to use my 2 brain cells and actually try to be funny, which obviously never works, but I'm not gonna stop trying anyways. Honestly, I did not think it's gonna be as naturey as it became, but I quite like it. I think this looks very cute. It's like a new small kinda oasis that we've been getting up here. I will definitely have to blend out the nature a bit further as well, especially the green and even a little rocks, but not too many of the rocks. But otherwise, it's coming together. So you ask if I want to put parking here. In this site, I don't really know what we're gonna use, but I was thinking maybe even one of these, like put a small hut somewhere up here. I want this to be some kind of rest area across of the actual viewing tower. So maybe have something like that. Maybe have a small fireplace up here for people making a barbecue. And then mainly what we want here is a seating picnic area. Maybe 2, maybe even 3, I'm not sure yet. Something like this, and then what I'd like to also place in areas like this is this sign. Honestly, I already think this is kinda close to what I wanna have here. I don't need this to be anything special. But I want something beside just this small viewing tower, some more reason for people to actually go here. When they look at the tower, they also need a place to have a rest break and have a sandwich. I guess, yeah, not a bad call. The only reason why I did not put trees here in the start was that I did not want to obscure the view, because I think it is a nice place to actually look out from. But then, yeah, you're totally right. If they are taking a hike from breaking, they would want to have some kinda shadow as well. Could even... Yeah, no, I don't like to have a proper sunscreen here. I think we're actually just gonna put a few smaller trees in here. I quite like it, actually. Very good call. I would have not done that because I would have thought we need to keep it clear. But you're right. This does make a lot more sense. And also looks nicer. I want to green up the outer border here to give it a bit more safety feeling. And add some pubes really quick. With something like this, I do feel like we're missing asset variety, right? There would be obviously a lot more nice and interesting stuff we could do here, but we don't really have anything. Well, thank you. It's pretty much, I said it earlier, it's pretty much the one-to-one Flash FM playlist from GTA Vice City. Slightly adjusted, because I removed some songs I didn't like and added some that I thought fit the vibe well, but generally it's that. Question is if we still find something to maybe put up here, because this side is a tad too empty. Maybe have some seating for the people here as well. Wait, hold on, don't we have a very small... Yes, is this not perfect to have like some kind of small seating area around the fireplace? I don't hate it. I think that works. What is an outhouse? Sometimes you sadly, cause I am not British or American or Canadian, I am not following on words because my vocabulary is not that deep, so I don't know what an outhouse is. If you explain it to me, I can tell you if we have it or not. Like, as much as I hate it, but then it just is the truth in areas like this in the US. We're gonna put a little garbage back here. Yes and no, we have one, but I hate the look of it. We have one here, but it looks... It's one of those construction ones, which I guess actually is not unrealistic in a nature reservoir. Is it not in the industrial tab? Maybe I'm blind and I scrolled over it already. Oh, no, here. We have this, which I guess actually in a place like this is not unrealistic. You just have... You are being very useful. You have to... I will ask you to stop bullying yourself and saying you were useful for once, because you been constantly throwing good ideas at me tonight. I'm a big fan. I usually don't like the look of these so much, especially in like more populated touristy areas like down here. But yeah, this is some place where, well, it's a while to hike, especially for lazy Americans. So I guess this is a bit nature-y, more outside, so I like it. Maybe we could even go all out and try to build some small toilet house ourselves, but I think I'm too lazy for that. I said nothing. I hope none of my American viewers ever takes me serious. I should never be taken serious. I just like bullying American pop culture and infrastructure. Do we have any vehicle? Actually, can we not use a park one for this? Is it in a service category? I would like any vehicle, preferably something like a quad that's not as big, but clearly we don't have that. I'd like a ranger vehicle. I guess this is the best I have, and while the trail is small, this is a fine trail for a pickup to go through, so I don't mind putting a ranger vehicle up here. Because I imagine this to be kind of an attraction, because it has a view tower, right? But this I also imagine to be some kind of maintenance facility. So I do think having like 2 or 3 park ranger vehicles and have it as a bit of a station for them up here is quite nice. And one thing while we're at vehicles here, I definitely want to put one of these in here. Now looking at this, we could even... We have camping areas already. I wouldn't even hate putting like a tent or 2 somewhere around this, because it seems like an area where you could also camp in. I was thinking of an RV like this for a moment, but then yeah, I guess this is unrealistic to make its way up here. So I'm gonna save myself of that. Yeah, and I think vehicle-wise, probably we're done already. If we had a quad, I wish we had a quad, then I would obviously immediately place down a quad, but we have, I think, not far from the beer cave, we have campers. Well, this, which I think this is probably also going to be an actual camping hut, with as big as it is. But then we also have proper tents up here. And actually I wanted to do this not long ago, so we can do it now together. I don't like the colors of this. So we're gonna adjust the colors of our tents real quick. We have this tent and we have this tent, because if this is not a sick place to camp on, I don't know what is. And I guess it's not that far from the bear. If he is hungry, he can just walk down here. Half and half. This is fake. This is El Gendo, who I mention so often because he makes so many good things. This is El Gendo's water surfaces. This is El Gendo's streams and... I don't know how the pack is called. Streams and ditches, I think. Pack, net lanes, and then down here, this is proper actual water. So I'm mixing and matching depending on what I need, and then all of these small creeks, they are net lanes as well. They are not actual water. So both, I guess, mainly fake water, especially in the area up here. Which a part of the reason why I do actually like the fake water a lot is a lake like this would be very flat, right? And if you use the actual water here and you make things very flat, it looks beautiful, but it gets this really crazy tropical look. I think that's a bit too much sometimes, because it's so... It fits here with our beach, right? Like, this is super cute and romantic. But then, in a normal small lake up there, I actually think something damp and a bit less clean, like this, works better. And actually, while we're at the tent, might as well steal one of it. Because I actually think I don't hate it. I think we're just gonna be sneaky and put one tent back here. Maybe put one tent somewhere back here. And we can go back to them later. I just want to have them down, because I do think small details like this, especially if you go over the landscape, do add quite a bit, so it makes sense to keep something like that thrown in there. And beside that, I do think this mainly needs props. And I don't even think it needs much of the park props here. It properly actually mainly needs industrial props, because I want this to be a bit maintenance-like. Maybe we can even put a car in there, I'm unsure. And I know this is a trailer prop, but I love this prop. It's one of my favorite props ever. I think it's amazing to just throw this down for some quick and easy vibes in areas. Maybe this is the right thing to put in here. I don't know, because this is not really farmy and that we need something like that here. Something like this would actually be nice, because we want this to be a kinda maintenance-like, so empty container never hurts. And I do think all of the rest is probably unneeded. We're gonna take the random pallets real quick to put something in here. It's a bit cheated, but then I just think need something in there to look a bit less empty. Obviously that doesn't really make sense, but I can live with things not being perfectly logical, like I often say. Something with these I really want to try around again, because I do think something that I probably should do to make the nature even more interesting. In fact, we're gonna do this here, so I remember. Is taking a few of these colorful piles as well and hide them in our rocks. And probably even adjust the color to get a bit more variation. Because especially this one is very close to our actual desert theme. And now it looks a bit weird because we have no surfaces in there and no decals. But once we do that, I actually quite like this. I do think this is something we should do in the entire area more. Yeah, I think we will do this in the entire area more. Gonna leave it for now again, because I just want to finish this small area and call it a day soon. But I do want to eventually go through all of this and recolor the rocks and add the rubble. And then I guess while adding the rubble, we're also gonna add some of these, because now it looks a bit weird, but I think especially later when we recolor the rocks and we add some of the rubble, it's gonna actually look quite a bit better. And something we also definitely want to get here is some seating. Where's my favorite? I hate it because the chairs are in the middle of all of these stairs, and the stairs are amazing, but I hate having to scroll through here. Finally, this one is the chair I like the most. You can have a barbecue as well up here. I don't think this area again needs too much, but never cheap out and don't do some base detailing like this. What we could have used here as well, but I guess it's a bit double with that one, but I do like this one a lot as well to put stuff in. But yeah, this is what I actually been searching for. Because we should have one area here as well to have all of the dumpsters. And I hate this white area under the trash. To get rid of it, you always just have to slightly lower the trash into the ground if terrain is being finicky, which clearly annoying, but has to be done, sadly. For whatever reason, I don't understand what benefit thought there is to having those in the game, because all of the trash, well, I guess I am actually out of control today with weird things I'm saying, because yeah, that sounds difficult the way I said it, But I don't know. I don't understand why they put that white base under it. I've been over that so many times on stream already, but it's just so silly to me. What is this missing? Obviously it's missing people. For once, I think we're gonna place people here right away, because we have so much places to go back on to place people. But beside people, what would you need on a place like this? To have a rest area, go on the tower. One thing I definitely wanna do is decal up the roofs a bit, because I hate the way these roofs look when they're too clean. And I don't like the stains as much in our area, as well as just putting some light sand on there. Yeah, you're saying cat. I agree, that's a cute idea. I was thinking dogs down here as well. We're gonna have to put a small dog cut and place some doggos. I just want to give the roofs a bit, because this is something nobody really notices much, but we're doing to all of our roofs, and it does change a lot, right? Because especially if it's something as dark and plain as this, it just, oops, yeah, well, we place it down here, doesn't matter, but it looks out of place in our desert world, and I think to bring it into our vibe, we always have to slightly sprinkle everything with our desert things. Alright, and you said a cat on top and I said a dog on the bottom, so do we even have a cat? I think we only have dogs. Uh-oh. I am a bit of a letdown in this regard, but I cannot give you the cat you asked for. What I can give you is another. Actually, that's a cute. Wait, this. This is not perfect. The eagle sitting up here on the railing, looking for something to hunt for. It's not a cat, I know. I would give you a cat if I would have a cat. But I don't have a cat, so I can't. And then we want one dog over here and one dog over somewhere back here, and put a single dog hut, which I guess they would need two, but whatever. Am I this blind? I cannot have scrolled over it again. Is it not in the vanilla residential? I guess it's only in find it in the residentials. See, I honestly, I like your way of thinking. I like your ideas. You are very appreciated as a viewer in here. Because yes, that's a perfect excuse for my laziness. So I love it. There you go, some nice dog cut. And then I actually think, looking at this, what I don't like is how open all of this is. I do think we probably need a small cluster of plants and rocks here in the middle to break this up a little. Because right now it's just a tad too open. And I guess what we should also do in an area like this is maybe put a small market stand here next to the tower, so maybe somebody can buy a refreshment or something. don't want to get too extreme here, so we'll keep it with 1, and we have to lower it because the bottom there is showing what I don't like, and I hate the color of it. So this looks a lot better. And with that, I think we are pretty much done with prop placement. Like again, I want to put a little bit of a naturey island here in the middle and place some more vegetation around it. But then I think we just need to place sims here, and this area should be done. Some more here. Yes, that seems good. And again, I know this placement of ground plants is not the most interesting, but it just looks so much better. It has to be done, even if it's a bit boring. There's no two sides of the coin. Maybe this one in medium, because this is a really pretty palm tree right here, and then a few flat ones around it. And I think that's a lot better, because now it's not as open here. It still obviously is a big open place, and it still seems like easy to get in and out, even with cars and everything, but it's not as blunt anymore. I've noticed this a lot. Because I had a bit of an issue with many of my builds where I figured these openings are too big, and I can make so many examples in my build where I've done exactly what we just did here. Obviously, when I need an example, I'm probably not gonna find one. But yes, here, for example, exactly the same thing, right? Like this farm, I think it's really cute, and it also looked cute without having this island here in the middle. But then it looks too blunt, it's a bit too much open space, and it just gets more boring. So I think sometimes breaking up those very wide openings, even with just two plants and a rock or something, does really pay off in a big way. This, and definitely we want this. This is a big tip. I say this all the time on my stream, but I can only always repeat this because it's so great. You see it's at 0, 0, 0 right now. This decal looks horrible. It's way too strong. It's way too green. We don't want it this way. We slowly lower it. Dot 3 already looks nice. Dot 4 starts looking really subtle and nice. And here, because there's a lot of terrain, we even want to go slightly lower, and then we get some very light and slight green in there instead of the decal being so over the top. And it's something that works with pretty much every decal ever, and I would highly recommend you guys to, while placing decals, try around with the elevation of a decal a bit, because again, this is so subtle. If we would place this at 0% heat, just horrible in comparison. So really small thing that I think goes a long way while placing decals. Just want to blend the transitions to the sand here a bit. Yes and no, they are kinda working if used correctly. What you can do, what we're also doing, is taking a normal park, like we have here, for example, and you can just delete all of the surfaces on it. And then you can also go in, it's not something we've done here, but we could theoretically do, and draw out the area, right? If this is a park area, we could take this park area and draw it in the correct shapes. To my understanding, what still does not work is if we just draw an area here. So you always need a starting point for something. It's actually curious, and I wanted to ask Sunny about it, who was in chat earlier, and I forgot to ask him, which I should have. Because he said he've gotten the hang around areas to work in one of his last episodes, and I did really wanna ask him about it. We can place this here. I don't think this is gonna see any usage. Instead, what we did, and it actually works quite okay, is give reason for people to go through our parks. Like this trail, for example, sees a lot of usage generally. And all of the ones here in our canyon also see usage. And I've been thinking of removing the shoulders in these roads. If we would go in here and we remove the shoulder from this, so pedestrians can't walk here, and we do the same here, we kind of force them to use our trails to get around. Which, depending on how motivated I am and how much time we have left, probably is something I'm gonna experiment around with, because yes, it would be really cool to not only have our place sims in here, but have some actual proper movement in here as well. Okay, I consider this area done beside placing sims. So last thing we're gonna have to do here is throw down some people. All of these people are in very questionable hiking clothes, but then I guess it's Los Vagos, so can't judge. And to be honest, as much as I would like the hang around areas, I think even if the hang around areas would work, I would still play sims like we're doing here. Because you obviously have a lot more control of what they're doing, right? Like a small detail, like here, or you put, I don't know, maybe even an entire family looking at the sign together, figuring out where they are. I think small details like this is something that the normal sims will not give you, right? Like this is not something you can ever replicate, even with a hang around area. But I would love to use a combination more, where I play sims by hand in spots where I really care about, and I think the look is important, but then have more natural movement by the game itself as well, which, yeah, sadly that's not really a thing. We're trying to do that whenever we place parking lots. Like in our parking lots, I generally use only actual working parking lots and don't put any cars, unless it's an area that is not that frequented, and then I often like combine it and have actual working parking spots together with some placed cars faking it. I wish, and I actually asked for that, and it's something where Yang Yang said that's something we could get in future. I wish I could take multiple categories here, like with plant, and then randomly cycle through them. Currently, that's sadly not a thing, but again, Yang Yang said that's probably something he will implement in the future, so looking forward to that. Yeah, if only we could make them sit. You're saying something like, I'm so used to it by now that I don't even properly realize anymore how ridiculous it is that they just stand around everywhere like completely lost people. But yeah, obviously, like if we could sit them down, the vibe of this would be like 20 times better. I do think even if they're standing around weirdly everywhere and it doesn't really make sense, I still think it adds a lot, right? Like looking at this, I think it's a lot nicer than this was before we put down people. So I think you should do it anyway, but yeah, it's not optimal for sure. Okay, I may put 1 or 2 here, and then we're gonna put a few on the top and in the stairs, and then this area is officially done. Yeah, this is also super infuriating. When you're snapping on, you can't rotate while you're snapping, so we're always gonna have to go back down to the ground floor to rotate them a little, and then go back up and place the next one. I mean, there is so many things in this game that are not perfect and I like to complain about, but then also there is not a single game out there that I enjoy nearly as much as Cities, so while yes, there is a lot they could do better, it's still an absolutely goddamn amazing game in my opinion. Okay, enough people here. Maybe put 1 more somewhere in a staircase for making it more. Actually, I think here in the bottom is gonna look especially interesting. Something like this. Oh, of course. Whenever I think we're done, we find something else we can still do. And of course, what we want to do is put somebody who actually looks like they could sell here. Put her and then put this gentleman here, and this nice gentleman is waiting in line behind. Okay, now I consider this area not finished. Whenever I say we're finished now, we forgot about something. I'm gonna find more things to still fix up. Because yeah, we also wanna get this roof a bit less plain. The entire tower looks very plain, but in the bottom areas we're not gonna be able to properly fix that. But at least the roof is not gonna look as nice and shiny anymore. So yeah, the wood, all of this wood is too shiny, and we can try. Actually, maybe we can make this work a bit at least. Kinda. I don't love it, but it's not getting worse at least doing this. Yeah, maybe actually it is getting worse because it is bleeding a little. But yeah, it does look a bit less clean. So I do like it. Okay, next area unlocked. This I would actually say is ready. The other area here, I will have to try a bit more around off stream how to get this proper. But I don't hate it. This is definitely not done yet, but we're getting there. The last thing we're gonna do is just prepare this area very little for the next stream. Maybe also I get impatient because I will have little time towards the end of the month. So I will have to finish this entire build within the next week. So maybe I start diving into this a little off stream as well, but let's see. Mainly, obviously, this is a bit too crazy in how I put them into the floor. Yeah, everything, my entire build is left-hand traffic. Like, everything is, again, if I would build a super realistic US build, I would have tilted over Earth when I realized that, but then luckily we're Los Vagos and nothing makes sense anyway, so for us really it's not a very big loss, I think. I mean, and I'm not entirely sure how I want to sort these, because I kind of like that they're in the ground a bit. I guess realistically that doesn't make super much sense, and obviously we don't want to do it as extreme as with this and not with all of them. So this one, for example, I would actually just move out entirely. It's gonna be a bit finicky to move around, but we're gonna have to figure a bit more how we want to place them. And obviously we can move them with Move It, but the rotation itself and moving it very precise is something we can only do with a transform tool. I think it's not bad. Even if it's something like this, we can just put some rock closer below it. Obviously, something I would want to do here in the end is like take the trees and flip them over and move them away, a bit like we did in our train or in our plane crash. But I need to figure where the train is and how this looks before. And one thing I actually do need to keep a bit in mind as well is I said I want to use this as a bit of a corruption space to put graffiti for the judges. And we need to actually put some of the wagons in a way where we can properly put graffiti on them. So them a bit, some of them at least, kind of sidewards like this. And I guess this one would need to be a bit like this because it goes down. And I want to move it up to this one. Again, this is going to be a bit finicky and we're going to have to play around a bit. But I think these first three ones are actually kinda how I would like the train crash to look. Of course, the ones how they were before are too crazy. And then I guess something that's realistic as well, even though how to explain it, but is when the train kind of gets off the rails, that it kind of compresses itself and goes in a kind of zigzag because the wagons are pushing into each other. I'm gonna show in a moment what I mean, but I do think that's something we should do at the end of the train as well. Welcome in, Trashcan. I was blasting Lego Harry Potter, or maybe you played something else in the end as well, but you were playing Lego Harry Potter, right? And if you don't mind, 24th DS, pictures are always super... Oh, yeah, that is sad, and I'm sorry. But if you find pictures maybe without any morbidilities in them, I will be super happy if you post them in my Discord. I, again, have made zero research and I have zero clue about anything. So, some reference of a realistic looking plane or train accident would not hurt me. So you went from Lego to Lego game. Interesting. And which one is the better one out of those? I mean, I do have zero clue. Pretty much everything I'm building I have no clue about. It kinda looks okay in the end, but it's not like anything I'm building makes sense. Let's say it that way. Which I don't have the expectation of it to make sense. So if it looks cute, we're happy. Really. curious, because if I just look at what franchise I prefer, I would definitely prefer Harry Potter over Indiana Jones. But yeah, I guess for a game, it doesn't matter if you like the franchise. You just want the game to be fun. And also, you need to teach me, because I used to play Mafia in the past, and the Mafia game you were playing, that's brand new, is it? I actually didn't even realize when you were playing that. But that's a brand new Mafia, right? Because I used to absolutely adore Mafia, so maybe I should have a look at that. But what I meant with the wagons, I guess we need to... I'm gonna move this one away to show it a bit better. But isn't it when the train derails and they start pushing up against each other that you get a bit of a kind of zigzag form like this at the start where they actually compress onto each other? I mean, in the end they just slightly pile, but then eventually the force has to go somewhere, I guess. So behind the train, I guess here we should slowly start zigzagging them a little. I want to build this real quick so I know the spacing of this. This, I mean, looks horrible right now. Is supposed to be something very easy that we can probably build in a few seconds here. And it's something like this, and then which is the right one? Not you, not you, you. Something like, I don't know, 20 degrees maybe? Maybe even a little more. As a kind of angled roof, 24. Okay, we can live with that. And we're gonna just copy. And we don't want to paste all of the coordinates. We want to just paste that one, and now we want to paste the rotation. And then these should be fine, and then we do exactly the same here. Oops. Copy this, take the both y values. And now, actually the rotation is a different way around, so we're just gonna move it here. 24 is what I said, right? So it should be, I guess, 599, so it should be this. And we copy and we paste. I've been streaming this. I pretty much started streaming when I started this build. And this build is like 4 months, 5 months ago, something like this. I could find out if I check. I mean, I can see when I started streaming, and then I've started streaming pretty much on the second day I played this save. Which I did not save all of my VODs. I started saving my VODs last week and loading them up on YouTube. So now we're gonna preserve our build, but yeah, the entire start of it is lost if you have not tuned in. But yeah, we have been making a lot of progress on this. Like, by now, this is actually, well, it's obviously still population-wise a very small city. But just by landmass, we are getting absolutely gigantic. Glad to hear, man. That's very cute of you, and thanks for joining and tuning in. I'm just having a blast, really. The one thing I can only always say why I enjoy this build so much is I keep going back to the very first area. This has been the very first few yards we built. And this theme is just so inspiring, like some weird redneck paradise. We're woke rednecks, don't worry about it. We don't hate anybody. We accept everybody here. But laying down this weird small area here with this like permanent, unpermanent. I don't know what happened here. These stairs that Jay built have some weird base showing problems since a while. I need to ask him about it. But ignore those weird metal pipes in the air. Otherwise, this part of the city is really what made the vibe for me. And this has been so inspiring to me. I never had to search for any inspiration since, because honestly, woke rednecks alone give so much head cinema and ideas for me that I am a very slow builder, so I always have 10 more ideas of what I want to build before I finish a single one. So I'm not lacking ideas, I'm lacking time to build them out. Which mansion? My favorite, well, I guess this one. Everybody likes this mansion. I have a different mansion that I love in my city that I think is a lot cooler than this one. But I guess this is the one you probably meant, right? Yeah, well, this is owned by Unhinged Wolf, the QT, in chat right now. I was gonna say, generally you can buy most of the houses in the city. But as soon as I was building this, Wolf instantly was like, I want this, I'm gonna build this. This is real water, this is part of the mesh of the building. Like, this is a pool that comes with it. So I cannot really tell you. I guess it's not actual real water, but kinda looks like it at least. But the pool was part of it. Everything else in this garden is hand detailed. But the pool you can't remove in this building, and I also don't want to remove it. I think it looks beautiful. My favorite mansion in our entire city, meanwhile, is this mansion, because I think it fits the vibe of our city better than anything else. Some kind of... This is when rednecks start mining crypto, or making a especially good deal about something you don't talk about. But I love this, or cute container mansion is probably my favorite mansion in our build. And this, I think, is just one of the signature buildings. I can tell you if we hover over it. This is, well, we have decals everywhere, so we can't touch. Let me touch the building. It's a golfer's villa, which is just one of the residential signature buildings, so you can get the same if you want. And back to this, because I don't plan to do anything complicated here. I literally just want to build a small, shitty kinda house. This is probably something that's not accurate for the US and is the German inspiration in me. But at least in German parks, you have a lot of those kinda shabby, supposedly places like this to protect yourself from the weather and rain. And usually in parks like these, they're taken over by teenagers who are drinking beer outside and smoking cigarettes or other substances we're not gonna talk about. I'm not sure if that's similar in the US. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. But anyways, what I want to build here is some kind of rough teenage hangout spot close to the derailed train with graffiti and all of that. And this is the building we're gonna use to construct that from. I've heard that question a lot, and it's a bit of a shame less topic for me to talk about these cities. If you keep watching me for a long time, we're gonna also build bigger cities in the future. Just gonna save real quick. And I'll show you the skylines. These skylines are fully unbuilt out cities, not detailed at all, not anything. The only thing that I kind of try to figure is where to put the rail and where to put the central station, and then we're gonna start building this block, and then ignore the road layout, ignore everything. The one thing that is accurate in here is the architecture. I see this as an architecture library And again, this is not built, the road layout, the shit, everything. This is horrible, right? Ignore all of it beside the building selection. Because this is the kind of architectural style I want to use in this city. And you can look at it as some kind of building catalog, I guess. When we're gonna start building out the city, I know already what buildings I wanna use for it. And the same goes for this. This city is even worse. I don't even know where the city is supposed to be yet. Somewhere in this area. I don't know if we maybe build our own kind of waterfront here. I have not decided any of that. With how slow I'm building, we'll probably be there in this city. We're gonna start in half a year maybe, and this city we're gonna start in 3 years from now. So probably our save is long corrupted and broken since then. And welcome in Mesa Builds. Actually, for once I'm gonna have to make a very big compliment here. Mesa Builds is a German streamer. I don't really, even though I'm German, interact much with the German side of Twitch or anything. But I tuned into one of his streams and absolutely amazing. You were actually streaming in English at that time, but I did stalk you and I believe your main channel is a German one. I know I have some German viewers in here as well, so for the German ones, highly recommend to follow Mesa Builds. I don't know which of your channels is the English and which is a German one, else I would give you a shout out right now, but maybe you can let us know in chat. But very, very cool builder and fun to see builds, though using an absolutely ugly and horrible grass texture, so deserves some shade to be thrown at. And yes, this is a custom map. This is a map made by Rafterman. I have not played a map that is not made by Rafterman yet. I highly recommend any Rafterman maps. And this is the very oldest one. I think it's literally the first map that Rafterman ever made. And thank you so much for the follow, Mesa, and also thank you so much for the follow. The second one I missed. Oh, the 21st, yes. Okay, that does make sense. Yes, thanks to both of you for the follow, and we did actually reach a follower goal, so appreciate it, cuties. It's funny, because this build, actually we can do that, we should save before, because that is dangerous. But if you want to see a funny something, then we're gonna go in here. Oops, wrong button. And I don't know, turn into Home of Chameleon and have a please don't crash. It still kinda works. Obviously all of our blending looks kinda weird, but it's not like our build turns to shit the moment we change the theme, right? It is optimized for the desert theme, and that's how it's supposed to look. Obviously, all of our weird blends look weird now, but it can be a grass build too if you prefer that. I doubt it, but we could turn it to something else. But yeah, this is the one I like, and I actually have to do what I said earlier and actually go back in and put the correct settings, because I am not using the properly set up theme anymore like I did in the past. And one of the things I hate the most in Cities Skylines that really I don't understand why it's not a thing. Why can't I group items? Why can't I tell the game this is a select? I always want to touch this as a group object now. It is infuriating, because I mean this is only 8 parts, so not that difficult, but if you build something out of 40 parts and then want to move it, it can be pretty painful. I'm trying to figure, because a train, these obviously we don't want where they are. We're gonna have the area of the train crash is like somewhere roughly here. And I want this close, but not immediately there. And see, this is why I don't like it. 'Cause again, we're clicking 4 different ones. Ah, and I click, please, game, don't do this to me. Yeah, actually, that's very cute of you, Mesa. I had no clue. Like, I don't know, I don't usually look at my dashboard or anything while I'm streaming, so I have no clue if right now I'm getting watched by 1 or 2 or maybe 3 people, and I have no idea who's in my chat unless you say something. I am clueless, so I had no idea you've been lurking. That is a big compliment, thank you. I want it shortly before. I think probably we're gonna move that a very bit, but I want it like this, and then I don't want it as high. Probably move it to be somewhat. Honestly, I want a shabby, kind of weird, teeny hangout. That's exactly what we want. So we need some proper tables under there as well, and I want to flatten this out to this side at least. And I want to come here and slope the trail a bit, because obviously we want to bring that trail down as well. Wait, hold on. This is what I should do, and then we slowly move it down here. And am I correct, Misa, that you have like a German and an English channel? Did I see that correct when I quickly stalked you? Because if so, I can obviously also tune in on the German channel sometimes, but if I give you a shout out to my viewers, it makes more sense to shout out your English channel. Curious. I mean, your English seems perfectly fine, so shouldn't get stopped by that. In fact, I think your English is better than mine. I'm always struggling for words when I'm streaming, which I'm also stupid in German, guys, don't misunderstand me, but maybe I'm a little less silly in German than in English, and I blame it on the language. In the very bottom, this one, alright. I did not slope that very well. In fact, we are gonna slope that better right here, because I wanna bring that trail up there. That should be better. And this is the one place where we're actually gonna get, like, I know I love graffiti and my build is full of graffiti everywhere. Our botanical garden is gonna be quite free of it, because fuck people who draw nature. But this is a teenager paradise. Teenager have no respect of anything. We will put graffiti even on rocks and everything. We will put trash on the floor, and all the things you shouldn't do, here is where they're happening. No, but you can make them use those. Like, if I've been too lazy to do that yet. And yes and no. A sim will never use this net lane, even if we do what I'm just gonna show you, because they need a reason to go somewhere, right? So I will not be able to put something here that brings them here, because I need road access for anything that's a point of interest, pretty much. But if you have an area where they would want to go to, like here, for example, there is a pass I can show you. You have those invisible passes here, and we're using those in areas where it makes sense to use those. So as you can see, all of this is drawn out by these green invisible lines. Then yes, they use those, but just the net lane doesn't do anything, so it's a bit infuriating, because to give things function, you always have to go in there and then slowly draw out your net lane, which especially here is gonna be a bit finicky, because we wanna make sure they go exactly through the opening. And then, yeah, people will use this if they have a reason to go there, right? Which is a bit difficult currently in the game, but it is a nice way. And in many areas where you're more central, they get used a lot. Like if we look at something like... I'm getting lost even though my city is so small. See this trail, for example. There is a lot of people who actually need to move through this area. And so here our trails see a lot of usage, like this woman. And even here I've been trying my damnedest to place loads of weird star cube blocks in the buildings. Well, we have decals everywhere, so it's hard to hit them, but hold on. If we go into the signature overlay here, you can see this is all blocks we place in these areas to get more people to come here. So for now, we actually see quite a lot of usage. I'm gonna need to catch up on chat real quick, because I stopped reading after the net lane one. That actually, yeah, looks okay. Seems to be a very big compliment after knowing you're German. If you would have said that before I knew you were German, I would have said, oh my god, he hates my build. But knowing you're German, yeah, that indeed is a big compliment. Well, my dad always, catching up on the chat, my dad always said when I was a kid, whenever I seen anybody that happened the wrong way, I told my dad, oh my god, these must have been the terrible teenagers. And I guess later I was a terrible teenager myself, but what can you do? Is this too much already? I think this might be too much already. What do you mean if the new peers that came out with a free update? What do you mean if they are roadblocked? If they have to be close to a road to function? Because if so, no, they don't. But they need to be close to. Well, kinda. They need to go off of something, like can be a cliff or something. But then also you need to have access there, right? Like you need a road connection or a pass or something to give people access towards your pier. I personally have not really played around with the piers. I looked at them and I considered them to look shittier than all of the local asset piers I have. So my interest in those piers has been quite minimal. Those piers are really cool if you have a big waterfront and a city with a lot of water, but then I build in the middle of the desert. So my excitement for, well, bridges and ports, I'm excited for the bridges, but the port part and all of the pier part are just not that relevant for at least my current build. I'm sure I'll be happy about it in the future. But right now I couldn't care less, to be honest. But yes, they have a working hang-around area that actually does bring people into the area. So in regard of that, they are actually not bad. How do we fill this out? Do we just lazily actually... no. Bear with me, as always, I have no clue what we're doing, so I'm just gonna place random stuff and look at it and decide if I hate it or love it. I mean, to be honest, I would love to do this. This absolute horrible looking weird thing here is me trying if I can establish a water outside connection after starting a save, and I don't think I can. If I could establish an outside connection in my existing save, then yes, I would probably go in and build a big ocean front up there on that plateau, which obviously makes no sense because the ocean level would be a lot higher than the rest of our build. But I don't care about logic. I would do it if I could, but I don't think I can. I mean, yes, it would be, I mean, it's a silly spot for an ocean, right? Because all of this obviously is like way deeper. Do you really realize if you look at it from the top like this? I guess some people do, but I'm silly, I wouldn't. So, I don't know, really. The rule of us working is if it looks cute, it's nice. It can't look super unrealistic. Like we're trying to give an illusion of realism, but we're not actually building realistic. If the illusion looks somewhat realistic, I'm perfectly happy already. Does this even change anything? Oh, it's the top of it. Then actually we want all of them the same. It's bleeding through. We can adjust that. That's fine. Here, I just want to copy one of them. Oh, whoops. Click the wrong button. What does that do? I don't even see anything. That is the right one. And looking at it, I do think the green is actually a tad too vibrant. I want this to be looking sad, like kind of cute, because I want this to be like cute get out for the teenies, but also a bit run down and sad. I mean, that's very cute of you. The thing is, I would even share my save with you, but the problem is I have so many local assets and local right everywhere instances and local mods and all of that, that to save my game, I cannot just send anybody the save file. It's gonna be like a folder worth of 10 gigabytes of stuff. Else, I would totally do that, and that's very cute of you. So, I mean, we can. Actually, now you said that. Hold on. Wait, this one is too far already. Now you said this, you're gonna get what you asked for, and we're gonna take this train here. We're gonna have to finesse it a bit, because the first person rides are horrible if they are on full speed. I think 1/4 is actually solid for the trains. Now you get your train orgasm, right? To be honest, the train for me, as much as I like it and I want to build more of the train, is one of the things where I have not paid too much attention to by now, as you can clearly see with us driving through a gigantic boulder in the middle of the train. But eventually we'll get to it and finally finish up this train line properly, and I do think it does look nice already going through this in first person. I guess so. See, I just had no idea you've been watching any of that, so how am I supposed to know? But actually, for me also, these first-person rides are very much welcome, because I can take a quick zip real quick and relax for a moment. And honestly, for me, it's super cool to see this as well, because I think we've done one train ride beside this botanical garden already, but when it was a lot less built out. So now is the first time I see this where it's built out a bit more appropriate. And yeah, holy shit, I love it. I actually do have a question for if are you really good at train things in the game? I have an issue. I can show you guys in a second after this train ride. Because I'm enjoying the break for a moment, and especially I'm enjoying the look at our botanical garden here. See this! In some of the the railroad crossings, the barriers go really far onto the track, and I don't know how I can avoid that. Maybe I need to, I guess with manipulation mode, maybe I can try to get the nodes further away. But I'm a bit lost on that, because yeah, it is because of the angle. I know why I'm causing it. So yes, you're entirely correct on the reasoning. It is because I disrespect the game and I turn on anarchy and go in a very steep angle. But I just want the barriers to not go onto the road. I mean, actually, we can try that in a second. This is the only part of my railroad that looks appropriate, with fences in both sides and a lot of gravel, but no gravel on the actual rail, so it's still safe, but it looks run down. All of this is just bland and boring. Though I do think our train station is also somewhat cute. Yeah, it definitely is. All of you are entirely right that it is related to the angle, but I didn't manage to fix it in some of them. In fact, this one, I'm gonna show you guys. This one, the barriers are fine. Here, something else that's a bit weird happens sometimes. Sometimes the cars go further than the barrier. Come on, give us a train, please. Come on, give us a train, please. But see, this angle, I think it's even sharper than the other one. So I don't see any reason for this to have the barriers on the side of the track. Because yeah, they're close, right? This is a bit unrealistic. But I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay, nice. Now train. And see, what is he doing? It's just this side. This side actually is fine, where they go to where they're supposed to do. And here, they always do this. They always drive into the barrier, which is Los Vagos. I guess people do strange things. But can I avoid this somehow? Because, like, honestly, this is perfect. The spacing and everything is fine, but why is he driving through it? Makes no sense. If we take all of this off, just take nodes and segments and go to manipulation mode. I guess it's... Come on, let me touch you. I guess it's this node. Draw it behind the barrier. Obviously, it's not gonna adjust for the one waiting there yet. That seems safe. Sure, you do you, sir. Why? You fucking... Why? Just don't disrespect me like this. We want cars in this side, not in the other ones. But yeah, one of the things that I had to learn in this game is that efficiency is a metric nobody should ever look for. Because goddamn, how shitty is it to actually have the road and the rail on the same level, but it looks so beautiful. Don't play after efficiency, play after what looks cute is really the only metric that should matter. You guys see nothing, these don't just all entirely drove through the middle of this pillar. You guys see nothing, okay? But I want to see, because maybe it takes some time for the node to actually adjust. Else I don't know how to fix this. Usually, whenever I look here, it strains all the time. Okay, please give me traffic. You goddamn ass game. Whenever we have traffic, we have no trains. Whenever we have trains, we have no traffic. Come on, train, train, train. Just want to see it once again, if it's still happening. Okay, he's gonna be there in time. What do you mean if it's not symmetrical? The distance of the barriers to the railroad? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, I agree. I will probably have to move the entire boosters or move the road underneath the net lane. Actually, yeah, you are entirely right. And the fix I just did was not a good one. I mean, to be fair, this is the one vehicle where this works. I mean, he seems like a very impatient person to literally use every millimeter he can get. But realistic enough, I guess. We can live with it. Just Los Vagos behavior. But any other car than this is just horrible. I don't know how to get this appropriate. And then this one is even worse, right? Because here we have the literal barriers go on to the rail when I drag it down. And yes, you guys are right, it is the angle, but also I'm not willing to let the angle go. Like, I want the angle the way it is. Is it this one? I have to... Oh, guys! We're moving the... But we're also moving the other one. I mean, still, for science. Okay. For once, we're learning in this channel, which is not something we usually do. But for once, we're learning, and I guess, yes, I can move those in manipulation mode. Now the question is, will the cars respect where the barrier is, or will they do the same as in the other side and just do whatever they want anyways? And obviously I'd have to move them a bit further, but just to try around for now. The issue is on this road we'll have a bit less traffic than on the other one, so it's gonna be harder for us to see in action here. Sorry, this is not the most interesting for you guys to watch, I guess, but it is very interesting to me because I don't know so much about trains, and I'm sure my viewers know more than me. Yeah, no, I know they would have to be even further away. And in fact, they obviously would have to be sideways here. But there's no way I can do that. What we could do is just place our own barriers. But when we place our own barriers, they are not functional anymore, so we lose them going up and down and being cute. So what I'm gonna do is just move them away even further, something like this, I guess. But I just want to see if this works for getting the correct behavior from the vehicle. If ever we're gonna have a car drive back here, for some reason they're all using the other road. Come on, give us a single car, please. Of course, now the car comes, no train. I mean, you do have a point if there is no car, but usually I do see cars coming here every once in a while. But as always, when I want to show something, it's not happening, so... Yes. Okay, and he's stopping with distance to it. So this does seem to work. that is great knowledge. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. I finally learned how to handle that problem of mine. No, I have some. I'm not entirely able to tell you. I think this is a DMV, so I believe subway. I'm using the mod of Tigen that pretty much everybody else is using as well, and I use this one and the high-speed one for passenger. I wish there would be a pretty passenger version with the typical classic big diesel line here, but I don't like it. Oh, actually, I believe I have a third version as well with this engine, but I don't like this engine so much. It looks so European to me that I wish we'd have one with a typical diesel engine. Maybe I actually kicked that one out because I didn't like it because it looks so European. But at least we had it. I guess we don't have it anymore because I don't like it. And even in the cargo trains, I should kick all of them out. I'm not happy with our trains. Like, we definitely, you say you should build train because it looks so cute in mine. I think my trains look horrible and embarrassing and we really need to improve on them. So I like that you think so, but I disagree. Where is the fireplace? Is it not in this as well? I guess it's not. And we're very close to. I hope you're still here, 24th DS. Because we're like 5 minutes away of me deciding I have enough of today. And then we will do what you've been asking for the entire evening and fill up our crater with water. And see if it looks horrible or if it looks nice and decide together if that is what we actually want. I need to head off latest at 10, so not much time left. Again, I have no clue what we're doing here. I'm not sure if I want this, but I thought this entirety open looks a bit too bland, so I think I want to frame it at least to one side, but I don't want to frame it so high that you can't properly see the trains anymore. So just somewhat subtle. Also nice flying rock, but it's fine. Now we place the boulders. Yeah, with this, I'm not even kidding. Like, this area is gonna get trashy. It's just that we kinda have to finish the train before we do. But the most placed object in this entire area is gonna be the random trash pile, which is one of my absolute favorite things to place in general. But yeah, this place is gonna... I still want it to be cute, right? Like, teenagers, while they make places less cute, they go to cute places. Like, this place has been cute before they showed up and left all of their trash and everything. And after having used manipulation mode, while I don't usually have problem, everybody always tells me they crash after using manipulation mode, so saving that real quick. And I forgot to bring the color everywhere as well. Well, I mean, close enough. I actually mean it. Like, I do think this is gonna be super cute, because, well, maybe this one is gonna stay where it is. So just for the show of it, we're gonna take the creators of Moose Contest. So, for example, Ponderosa, and put their graffiti on here. Obviously, we can also put other graffiti on here, but mainly I want to corrupt the judges of the moose competition and sway them our way. So this is what I imagined, right? And then because you said you want dirt and trash here, this is what we're gonna use, an absolute low tier, that trash pile random. Because yes, obviously this place would be a bit trashed. In fact, one of the things I want to try around with, because I think it would be fitting here. I don't want to do too much of this yet, because I don't know exactly where we're going to put rocks and plants and everything, but just so you get what I'm after here. Again, I don't want it to be horrible. I want it to be a bit trashy, but still cute in its own weird way. Yeah, actually thinking about it, maybe this is not even corruption. Maybe they will be insulted and gonna be like, why are our names in the one shitty area in your botanical garden? Which, fair enough. But yeah, this is kinda pretty much what we want. I actually think the placement of all of this is fine. Just gonna have to figure out how I want the nature and how I want the train to properly be laid out in the end. But since I'm gonna have to hit the bed really soon, now is the moment you've been asking for the entire evening. We saved, so we can't break anything. And now, since it's your idea, you also get a lot of control about for this. And what I really want to know is how deep would you put this? Because you ask about water, would you want only the very lower part to be rained full a little? Or do we go higher? Like how high would you want this filled up? And yeah, the people on the train, they walk there because the pathfinding on the rails is pretty low. I've never seen anybody that does not have people walking in the tracks. Okay, so 50%, so somewhere here. We are just gonna try and see how this works out. Water source place, let's have a look at this. Yeah, the water damage, we don't care, that's fine. We even have a way to disable this now, but I have not looked into it. I like it. I wholeheartedly don't hate this. You've given me so many good ideas today. It gets a bit more abstract that it's supposed to be a meteor crater. But it still works, kinda. And visually, I think this looks amazing, honestly. Maybe even a tad lower than it is right now. What do we think? With water, without water? I am indecisive. I think it looks cute, especially from further away. I actually think it looks better than before. From close up, I also really like the visuals before. I mean, I think, at least for now, we're gonna keep it. Yeah, I think especially, literally, what you're saying as well, especially from far away, it looks better. Yeah, we're gonna keep it. I did not expect to put water in here. You felt like it looked better without it. I'm gonna try one thing. Elevation change. I wanna see. And I never really understood the elevation of this. I feel I always messed that up. What if we lower it by quite a bit? The elevation change I never understand in this tool. Sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. It is on 36 though, it should have worked. I am not sure. Yeah, I literally feel like the same. I feel like I also have to look at it again to be sure about it. How does one place water source? How does one remove it again? I used to know that. Oh, there we go. I mean, with this we can even look at the level very good, because now it's gonna slowly lose water and lower its water level. I think maybe the truth is just a very little bit of water in the bottom, so it looks like there is some rain in there. Yeah, I guess evaporation actually takes forever in this game, so maybe this is gonna be too long till I have to hit the bat, because yeah, I really need to head off. But then I don't mind, we can save it like this. It's gonna evaporate anyways eventually, so we can have a look at it the next time I'm streaming and see how we feel about this. Because honestly, from close up, I think I agree with Mesa, and I think it's cuter if it's empty, but then from far away, I definitely agree with 24, and I think it's prettier with water in it. I'm gonna say this is a mission for another time, and I'm gonna check Twitch real quick and see if Dava is still streaming, because yeah, I need to head off for today. I'm gonna put you guys in a pretty place, and after you said you love watching the train so much, I'm gonna give you a nice... I think this is my personal favorite place to watch the train, because I love the look of this small oasis with a bridge through it. So this is a view I'm gonna leave you on. While I open Twitch real quick and see if Dava is still streaming, and if not, who I can send you guys to. Dava is playing Uno. Everybody is streaming, and everybody is streaming some weird game. Why is nobody playing Cities? What is going on? Like, there's so many nice City streamers playing right now. Dava is playing, Jonah is playing, Boyle is playing, and Chaos is playing, but none of them is playing Cities. Is there anybody playing Cities? I think I'm gonna send you guys to Jonah, because while Planet Coaster is not Cities, it's the closest out of anybody that is playing. So yeah, I think I'm gonna send you guys over to Jonah, which is an amazing city streamer, generally cool vibes over there, and I played Planet Coaster a long time ago in the past and did enjoy it, so I do think it's a fun game to watch as well. And with that, guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and thanks for the subscriptions today and all of the new follows. Big honor. I don't stream off a schedule. If you wanna catch my streams, usually the easiest is to join my Discord, where I ping you guys. And in case anybody is not the biggest fan of Twitch and prefers YouTube, I do have a VOD channel since a week where I upload my VODs. That is linked in my About page, so feel free to also check that out if you're interested. And with that, thank you so much for tuning in, and all of you cuties have an absolute wonderful evening. Bye bye guys, enjoy your time at Jonas.